our borrowing?
Yes, Your Honor.
2.47 trillion. All right. Now, yesterday, when we raised the question, what is the percentage of our debt to the GDP? 59.6% was the answer. In other words, the proportion of the debt to the GDP was 59.6 trillion, 59.6%. This is the program as of the end of 2021. In other words, by 2021, given our debt and our budget, our debt and our gross domestic product,
21.
the debt is expected to be 59.6%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, let me read to you the news article today appearing in the Philippine Star. The title is Debt to GDP Ratio Hits 16-Year High. And let me quote it for the record so that it will be placed in proper context. The article says, the country's outstanding debt has now spiraled to 63.1% of the economy, the highest in 16 years, with experts warning that this may no longer be sustainable moving forward. The Bureau of Treasury yesterday reported that the debt level, when measured against the gross domestic product, has risen to a 16-year high as of the third quarter. The international community observes a debt threshold of 60% of GDP. As going beyond this marker may alarm credit monitors and multilateral lenders of the capacity of the economy to pay off its debts, especially during the pandemic. Continuing, Mr. President, the Ateneo de Manila economic professor Leonardo Lanzona said the government used its borrowing to prop up the economy, expanding by 7.1% in the third quarter. However, Lanzona warned that the additional debts failed to revitalize the labor sector, with the jobless rate ballooning to 8.9% in September, the highest this year, even as lockdown restrictions, especially in Metro Manila, were lifted during the month. As such, Lanzona said the debt pile would no longer be sustainable if the employment numbers fail to pick up in the coming months, a trend that can be compared to the Marcos era. And
Mr. President, yes. I'm just wondering what figures he's citing for saying it's hit a 60-year all-time high. It's an all-time high in absolute peso terms, of course, because our economy is growing. If that is your measure, we can also say the GDP is at an all-time high, Mr. President. We can say the population is at an all-time high. But I think what we should be looking at are the relative ratios. And in terms of debt to GDP ratio, then we had a higher debt to GDP ratio in 1993 when it hit 63%, and in 2002 when it hit 65.9% as a percentage of GDP. So I'm wondering where that 60-year high figure, what exactly he is citing, because in absolute terms, yes, it's actually probably not a 60-year high, it's an all-time high, because as your economy grows, your debt will also grow. And what is important is that it is kept, you are living within your means, so to speak, Mr. President.
That conclusion of a 16-year high is a conclusion of the Bureau of Treasury.
16.
Yes.
I thought you said 60. So I'm sorry, I stand corrected, Mr. President. That is correct. 16-year high is correct.
Okay, but I said 1.6. I'm reading it from.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I misheard, Your Honor. I apologize.
Anyway, that is a figure of the Bureau of Treasury, and this is the highest since 2005 during the Arroyo administration, when it recorded a debt to GDP ratio of 65.7%. So the conclusion drawn is that this is the highest in the past 16 years. And this should be a cause of concern because first the 59.6%
Can you write it down?
mentioned yesterday appears to be not supported by the very records of the Bureau of Treasury.
What seems to be unsupported, Your Honor?
The representation yesterday that the debt to GDP ratio is 59.6%. It is 63%. And what is worrisome, according to the analyst, is that it's already beyond the threshold of 60% of the GDP, which is a marker that may alarm credit monitors and lenders on the capacity of the economy to pay off the debts, especially during the time of the pandemic.
Mr. President, the DBM representative is telling me that the 59.1% debt to GDP ratio is accurate as of July 2021, Your Honor.
So is this wrong? They're citing Bureau of Treasury figures.
Unfortunately, the Bureau of Treasury person is no longer here. But remember yesterday, the Bureau of Treasury also gave us the figure of 59. This is the desirable ratio. That's not the actual. He's asking for the actual. Yeah. So hindi naman nagkakalayo yung binigay ng Treasury kahapon at yung binigay po ng DBM ngayon. Nasa 59.1 yung isa, nasa 59.7 po yung isa, Mr. President.
Hindi po nagkakalayo, but it already breached the threshold marker that is accepted as the capacity of the economy to pay off its debts.
I remember you asked also what are the yardsticks or what are the acceptable levels of debt yesterday, and my response was in normal times it's 60% of debt as a percentage of your GDP, but in abnormal times like now, the IMF has revised that figure to go up to 70%, Your Honor. So, and most countries now have breached their predicted deficit levels, Your Honor. In fact, India is close to 100%. Singapore is over 100%. Malaysia is almost at 70%. So I think the goal of Finance Secretary Dominguez and the other economic managers is to always be somewhere in the middle. So our credit rating is not affected, and consumers and the government can still avail of favorable credit terms, Your Honor.
Okay, let us leave it at that. I just want to place this warning on record that our debt to GDP ratio has breached the 60% marker for economies to be able to service its debt. Apparently, there is disagreement between the good sponsor and the Ateneo economics professor, Leonardo Lanzon. So let us leave it at that. This is not the forum to resolve that. I don't think we will get anywhere. I just want to place that on record so that in the future it can be referred to as a matter that was brought to the attention of the cabinet. Now,
We thank the minority leader for that, and it's well taken. I think the message has been delivered to the DBM and the other economic managers. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Having said that, again, how much is the debt stock that we have as of today? That was mentioned yesterday.
I remember, if I recall correctly, it's 11.9 trillion as of today, but Treasurer De Leon told us it would go down to 11.7 by the end of the year, Your Honor.
11.7 billion.
Trillion, Your Honor, trillion.
Trillion, yeah, sorry. Aren't we borrowing to fund the 45 billion unprogrammed fund for booster shots?
Your Honor, it's a possibility that we can borrow because there are three conditions before we can before the unprogrammed appropriations will be can be funded. First is excess revenue collections in any one of the identified non-tax revenue sources. I repeat, non-tax revenue sources from its corresponding revenue collection target as reflected in the BESF. The second condition is new revenue collections or those arising for new tax or non-tax sources which are not part of nor included in the original revenue sources reflected in the BESF. And third is approved loans for foreign assisted projects. So if any of these, they are alternative conditions, meaning any of them can obtain and then the programmed appropriations will be funded, Your Honor. So based on that, if you have the first two, any of the first two, you will not be borrowing money. That explains my answer earlier too.
That's right. But being realistic about the situation, Mr. Chairman, the situation we are in today, I think it is reasonable to assume that we will borrow. In fact, it is of record that the Secretary of Finance is working on a $900 million loan. $45 billion unprogrammed budget for COVID-19 response. I repeat, it is of record that the Secretary of Finance is working to secure loans to the tune of $900 million in order to fund the 45 billion unprogrammed funds for booster shots.
Well, it's possible, Your Honor. I really don't know about how he's going to fund that in particular. There may be a offer from ADB or any of the multilateral financiers. But if your question is, we are going to borrow next year, definitely we are going to borrow, Your Honor, because every year the government borrows money. Because as the GDP grows, we also grow our debt, but we keep it within manageable levels, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor.
Yes. In fact, right now, we are negotiating a $500 million fresh loans as part of this $900 billion dollar target of the Department of Finance. $500 million in fresh loans for booster shots are being negotiated with ADB and the Infrastructure Investment Bank, or AIIB, at $250 million each.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I've just been informed there's a $250 million loan package available from ADB. From the World Bank is $300 million. The ADB is also in dollars, $250 million. And the AIIB is $250 million, for a total of $800 million. That's around 4 trillion pesos. 40 billion pesos. Thereabouts, 40 to 45 billion, Mr. President. So the gentleman is correct. Yes.
Given what the gentleman has stated on the record, it is difficult to believe that our debt stock will go down by the end of the year.
The debt stock will go down because of net payments, meaning there's borrowings, but there's also payments, Your Honor. So it is not a dramatic going down or a dramatic increase. It is, it is from 11.9, it's 11.7. And in fact, by the end of 2023, it's projected to go up to 13 trillion, upwards of 13 trillion pesos. But as I said earlier, this is because GDP is also increasing. So increasing the debt, but the debt will still be kept at in the 60s in percentage terms, Mr. President.
Yes, I would support that proposition of the good chairman with the caveat that yes, the loans
And I see the
improve our
interest
GDP growth, provided it
percent.
does not go to corruption. It goes to the productive side of our economy rather than the pockets of the corrupt government officials. But okay, let us leave it at that. We have places on the record, and we just have to see how the economy moves forward. Let's go, Mr. Chairman, to the GPPB, or the
I have it.
Government Procurement Policy Board. First of all, let me thank the chairman for acknowledging our effort and that of Senator Binay in exposing and calling the attention of the chamber on this practice in PSDBM of parking funds from the national government agencies designed to purchase equipments or purchase equipments and supplies.
Or Mayor Hillary.
Specifically, the good chairman, and let me quote his statement, sa pag-udyok naman po ng ating Minority Leader, Senator Drilon, at ni Senator Nancy Binay, naglagay rin po tayo ng general provision para pagbawalan na ang nangyayaring paglipat ng pundo sa mga ahensya sa PSDBM, at kung saan base sa mga pagdinig natin itong nakaraan buwan, na nalaman natin na natutulog lamang ang pera ng bayan. First of all, would the good chairman tell us,
Your figures.
advise us or inform the chamber of how much would be the funds parked in PSDBM over the this year or end of last year?
Transactions. Mr. President, the balance as of September 30 is 26.44 billion. And I'd like to thank the gentleman for his kind words. And, a favorite Bible passage of our colleague, Senator Joel, is to give honor to whom honor is due. And definitely the honor or the credit was due to you because of your spade work for uncovering this. And I must also mention for the record, Your Honor, Mr. President, that you were also the one who unearthed the transfers to the PITC, which is like a sibling of the PSDBM. So definitely, we're just giving credit to where credit is due, Your Honor. Thank you.
We will come into that, Mr. President, when we get to the budget of the DTI. But just going back, for the record, Mr. President, the gentleman said that as of end of September, 26 billion was in the coffers of PSDBM,
You have the details.
or held in trust from the funds of the various national government agencies which engage the PSDBM, the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management, to procure equipments. Let me, for the record, based on COA reports, state on the record the utilized balances in the procurement service cited by COA. And these are, for 2016, 20.3 billion at the end of the year was parked in PSDBM. In 2017, 19.6 billion. In 2018, 17.3 billion. In 2019, 17.6 billion. In 2020, 31.6 billion. And now the update of the good chairman, he says 26 billion is still parked there. I remember the description of Senator Villar of PSDBM of PITC, which is equally applicable here. And her rhetorical question was, why are you in love with PITC? The same question can be asked. Why is the bureaucracy in love with PSDBM? Because firstly, we have no idea. We could not find the time to analyze the aging of these accounts. I suspect some of them is as old as 5 years. And then there are certain agencies which really would use
The aging of
the PSDBM as a procurement agency extensively. DILG, for example, transfers, or the record of transfer is about 8.3 billion, the deficit about 1.9 billion, the DNR about 2 billion. So this is something that we should really correct, Mr. Chairman. And again, I would express my appreciation that the chairman has listened to this reasonable proposition for the good of our country. Now, I recall that during the committee hearing, the Department of Budget and Management acknowledged that this is not a good practice, and therefore suggested a number of special provisions, a number of general provisions to be included in the 2022 GAA, which conditions were contained in a letter that I was given a copy of, a letter addressed to the Senate President through the good chairman. Do you confirm this for the record, Mr. Chairman? There was that suggested provision, a general provision that we included in the budget or in the General Appropriations Act?
We included the provision, Your Honor, where there is a sweep as suggested by the DBM OIC, Yusek Kanda, during the committee hearing where we were both present, saying that similar to what we did in Bayanihan, where we had to look for funds, we did the fund sweep of all agencies, bureaus, government corporations, in order to sweep or to discover all these funds, and in the case of Bayanihan, to channel them to the aid effort. But in this case, it's to prevent the accumulation, the undue accumulation of funds and any other delay in bidding out government contracts, Your Honor.
Yes, that is the objective and that is the desired policy. But in a letter dated November 2, 2021, from Undersecretary Kanda, there were recommended amendments to the general provisions, particularly Section 81, Section 61 of the National Expenditure Program, or the General Appropriations Bill now. Is the sponsor aware of that submission?
We have that letter that you're adverting to, Your Honor, and we've adopted it with very minor modifications, Your Honor.
May we be privileged to to be advised as to what these modifications are?
For the cash budgeting system, Your Honor, this is Section 61 or the general provisions. For the cash budgeting, yung PS nila is recommended to be 2 years.
No, sa kanila po kasi. Pero
Oh,
atin is
must be paid also.
MOE until June.
I'm talking about PS. I'm talking about PS.
1 year.
Oh,
MOE sa kanila is until sa atin po is until September 30. Tapos same na po tayo sa CO, September 30.
yeah. It just refers to the cash budgeting system, the MOE, the duration or the effectivity of the MOE. Rather than December 31 as suggested by the DBM, sila June 30. Oh, sorry. Rather than June 30 as suggested by June 30, 2023 for the effectivity of the 2022 appropriations for MOE, we extended that to December 31, 2023. Mr. President.
Just for clarity, Mr. President,
We can send you the provisions, Your Honor.
we have the provision. All that we're interested in is if these supposed suggested amendments proposed by the DBM acting secretary is acceptable to the committee and will find its way in the general provisions of the General Appropriations Bill.
Yes, Your Honor, it's already there. We substituted the Section 61 of the NEP with the Section 61 as mentioned with minor modifications.
Yes, that's what we would like to know. What are the minor modifications? So just to be specific, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Section 61, the general provisions under the General Appropriations, under the NEP, the phrase disbursement is replaced with obligation. In other words, it says now all appropriations authorized in this act, including budgetary support for GOCC, shall be available for release and obligation for the purpose specified under the same general and special provisions applicable thereto under December 31, 2022. For the record, is this proposal of the DBM acceptable to the...
We made it December 2023 already, Mr. President, in the new Senate version committee report. Because from experience, we keep extending the GAA. So we thought it better, rather than just to keep extending, to just place a 2-year effectivity period there in the 2022 Senate committee report of the GAA, Your Honor.
So that it is, the amendment is to extend it until December 31, 2023 instead of December.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
On paragraph 2 of the section 61, which the amendments of which are suggested also by the DBM, it reads, it will now read, for infrastructure and capital outlays, including subsidy releases to GOCC for infrastructure projects, the completion of the construction, inspection, and payment shall be made not later than December 31, 2023, period. On the other hand, the delivery, inspection, and payment for appropriations for MOOE and other capital outlays items shall be made not later than June 30, 2023. Is this acceptable to the committee?
That's the one I mentioned earlier, Your Honor. That's the minor modification where we, even for MOOE, rather than June 30, 2023, we made it December 31, 2023. Second sentence of the paragraph you just read, Mr. President.
The second sentence, instead of June 30, we made it
December 31, Your Honor.
2023.
Yes,
2023.
2023. Yes, 2023. To be consistent with the first paragraph as well.
And then the third paragraph says, the amounts appropriated herein providing financial assistance.
There is no change to the third paragraph, Your Honor. No change.
The amendment is adopted.
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
the proposed amendment. And there is also a proposed new fourth paragraph. This, I assume this is acceptable to the committee?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the one for fund transfers whose obligation is not done by December 31, 2023. This is the reversion to the surplus of the government, Your Honor. Is that the paragraph you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we can feel comfortable that this practice of parking funds can be addressed properly. Now, let's go. Is Algo or questions on Algo in order, or we take this up later, Mr. Chairman?
I think it's all right to take them together, Your Honor, because they're usually taken up and answered by the DBM Secretary. If that's all right with our colleagues.
Okay, yes.
Then might as well incorporate it into the consideration. Is that the motion, Senator Angara?
I think pursuant to the minority leader, we jointly move perhaps to include the other special funds like the ALGO,
Location to
the LGSF, the
contingent fund, and the miscellaneous
MPBM,
benefits fund.
PGF,
All right.
among others, be included in the, be also considered so
Yeah,
moved,
now,
Mr.
yes.
President.
Oh, any objection? Hearing none.
Thank you, Mr.
Go
President.
ahead now. Go ahead, Senator Dillon. You may ask anything.
Thank you very much. The ALGO funds would have very significant changes because of the Mandanas ruling, which increases what otherwise was what was known before as the internal revenue allotment, now the national tax allotment, which was increased by about 38%. Or 263 billion. Is that an accurate statement, sir? I'm not so sure myself of how much.
That is correct. Year on year, that is correct, Your Honor. From last year to this year, yes. Or this year to next year, sorry. That's correct. Because it's going from around 695 billion to 959 billion, Your Honor.
Yes, we note, Mr. Chairman, that in the proposed budget for next year, there are no more allocations for assistance to cities, as well as conditional matching grant to provinces. I suppose this is because of the impact of the Mandanas decision, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the only reason for the discontinuance of these two programs.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we note, however, Mr. Chairman, that there is still a 13 billion allocation for financial assistance to local government units in the 2022 National Expenditure Program. Was this retained in the committee report?
Yes, Your Honor.
And may we know why?
Well, that is part of the LGSF, and it's been there for the past few years. So we decided to just leave it there.
All right. So in addition to the 263 billion additional ERA as a result of the Bandana's decision, the LGUs will get an additional assistance of 13 billion. Yes, 13 billion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Isn't this one and the same? The increases in the Bandana's decision and the financial assistance to LGUs? Di ba correct?
I think this is they will be similar in the sense that they both go to local government units, but maybe this one is not bound by the formula in the local government code, which is the one followed for the NTA. And secondly, that's automatically appropriated yung sa Mandanas ruling, the NTA or the replacement for ERA, whereas this one is must go through as part of the new appropriations, Your Honor.
This is, there was a similar appropriation. There is a similar appropriation in the existing GAA. Is that correct, sir?
Previous years. Yes, Your Honor, about the same amount.
About the same amount, 13 billion. May we know how this was distributed? Was this also there last year in 2020?
Parang yung breakdown. List of... it was distributed across the regions, Your Honor, and for a total of over 2,000 projects. CAR region got 288 million. The NCR got 440 million. Region 1 got 550 million. Region 2 got 760 million. Region 3 got 1.3 billion. Region 4A got 800 million. Region 4B got 466 million, and so forth, Mr. President, totaling roughly 13 billion.
How is the grant in this case decided? Who decides as to which LGU is given this assistance, and what are the projects eligible for funding under this program?
Your Honor, the local government units submit their their project request, pursuant to a menu contained in Executive Order 131. I'm sorry, Local Budget Circular 131, Your Honor.
And who determines, I assume, the request for funding far exceeds the budget. May we know how it is prioritized and what are the standards used for the grant of this assistance?
What do you mean by prioritization? Yeah, they try to spread it around as equitably as they can. It's the DBM who selects the projects, Your Honor, and you're correct. The requests exceed the funds available. So it's quite a wide menu. Some for vehicles, some are for infrastructure, some are for social services, some are for electrification. Yes, so it's quite a broad menu, Your Honor.
Shouldn't we include in the General Appropriations Act related to the budget, to this particular item of the budget, the items that can be funded, or the programs that can be funded under this menu? I hear motor vehicles being allowed, and I don't know what else.
Is it in the 2020?
I'm concerned that this is prone to abuse. And would the gentleman sponsor have any objection to defining the menu so that we can be at least guided by the law insofar as the grant or funding of projects are decided?
Mr. President, the gentleman is very prescient because there is that provision already in the GAA, which he wants. It's already there. And that provision just rewords or is a replica of what is contained in the budget, the local budget circular. So the amount is appropriated herein to be used for financial assistance to LGUs for the following projects: construction, concreting, rehabilitation, repair, improvement of the following: local roads or bridges, public markets, slaughterhouses, multipurpose buildings or halls, multipurpose pavements, drainage canals, seawalls or river walls, water system projects or standalone water points, evacuation centers, public parks, fish ports, post-harvest facilities, ice plant, cold storage facilities, purchase of ambulance trucks, mini dump trucks, multi-cabs, street lighting, or barangay electrification, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We note that these are all what we call hard infrastructure.
Ano yung stop dyan?
From the reading, there are no grant for training, for medical assistance, social amelioration.
We'll welcome any amendment of the good minority leader, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Did you wish to amend it to include those items?
Okay, I'll ask a question. Can this be used for can a training program be funded under this program?
It's currently worded, no. For the 2021 provision, there was the provision included livelihood, but the provision I just read as currently worded, there is no word livelihood. So no, unless we amend it, Mr. President.
Precisely, we should. I have no problems with specifying the infrastructure projects or projects to which this fund can be used. But from the, I hope that I got it correctly. Well, firstly, from my impression of the budget circular or the local government, the ILG circular or the budget circular, it would appear that that the use of this fund is limited to infrastructure project. Is that a correct conclusion, sir?
Ito yung 22 eh. Hindi pa niya sinasabi ko. Relax ka lang. Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. President. The LBRMO staff was talking to me, so I was distracted. I apologize.
Yes, Mr. President, our question is from the reading reading of the circular. It would appear that the use of these funds is limited to what we call hard infrastructure, to hard. I don't know how to. I don't recall anymore what it is, but infrastructure projects only.
As currently worded, yes, Your Honor.
As currently worded.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
But as actually implemented, there are what we call soft projects which were funded by this.
In 2021, because the wording included livelihood, Your Honor, I think.
Yes.
That's the point. There was a slight difference in the provision. So whatever His Honor's pleasure is to expand it or to keep it as it is. We're willing to listen to any proposal, Your Honor.
In fact, our proposal is to make sure that only hard infrastructure should be included, and not medical assistance or livelihood programs, which can be of any form. There are other programs in the government which would respond to the need for livelihood projects. In this particular case, I would propose that we incorporate the projects that can be funded by this program and limit it to hard infra projects.
Yes, Your Honor. We can do that, Your Honor.
So it can be okay. Mr. President, the next item that we want to raise questions on is on the NTF LCAP, but can we do this this afternoon, Mr. President, to give our colleagues also a chance to raise questions?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So with that, we will suspend our interpretation on this particular item and come back anytime this afternoon that it will be called.
Thank you to the Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. I think the next interpellator is
Yes,
Senator De La Rosa, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to ask questions to DBM through the good sponsor. May maliit lang na issue, Mr. President. This may sound parochial to us among among military and uniform personnel, pero I might as well raise this up to the plenary, because yung akin pong social media account ay napuno na po sa pagmumura ng mga retired na mga pulis at sundalo dahil wala daw akong ginagawa diyan sa kanilang problema ngayon na hindi napupunduhan yung kanilang mga retirement benefits, claims and benefits, lalong-lalo na yung kanilang differential sa pensyon. Galit na galit na po sila sa akin. Alam mo na, karamihan dito sa mga retired na ito ay mga hand to mouth na po, Mr. President. At nag-rely lang po sila kung ano matatanggap nila sa gobyerno. Yung iba dito, mga bedridden na. Kaya gano'n na po sila frustrated, gano'n na po sila kagalit sa akin dahil wala daw akong ginagawa. At kahit anong explain ko, kahit sinasabi ko na ang pagre-release po ng pundo ng inyong claims ay hindi po trabaho ng Senado yan. Trabaho po yun ng DBM. Pero ayaw talagang makinig nitong mga retired na ito. Kaya I just want to solicit a short explanation from you, Mr. Good Sponsor, kung paano ko ito i-relay sa kanila. Bakit, anong nangyari at walang pundo para sa kanilang mga claims na sinisigaw ngayon sa social media. Ang dami po nila naggalit na galit sa akin.
Mr. President, to our distinguished Vice Chair, Senator De La Rosa, sabihin nyo na lang, kayo na bahala pag nanalo kayong presidente, Your Honor. I'm just kidding. Mr. President, I think it may be a case because the funding provided in previous years was not adequate to cover because, for example, in 2016, 76 billion was appropriated for pensions, 2018, 92 billion, 2019, 88 billion, 2020, 92 billion, but it increased in 2021 to 130 billion, and for 2022, the amount is 165 billion for 2022. So makikita yung diferensya from past years. So I think baka mas maraming masisiyahan kaysa sa magagalit sa inyo. Gusto nyo i-post nyo na po ngayon pa lang para maraming matuwa sa social media ninyo, Your Honor.
Paano ko sabihin na, Mr. Chairman, sabihin ko na next year, wala na yan. Wala na yan, problema na yan. Solved na yan, according to our Chairman of Senate Finance Committee. Sabihin
yes,
ko,
sabihin mo, we are appropriating 165 billion for your pensions next year, Your Honor.
160 billion, no? Billion?
165 billion, Your Honor.
65 billion. So, is it safe to say, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor, na wala na tayong maririnig na problema nito next year about funding requirements for their claims?
That is sufficient, yung 165, according to Yusek Kim of the DBM, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor. Can I proceed with my questions sa LGSF, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, I noticed that the committee report substantially decreased the budget of the support to the Barangay Development Program of the NTF-LCAP from 28 billion to only 4 billion or a 24 billion budget cut. for the record, may we know what is the composition of the National Task Force to End Local Armed Conflict?
The chair is the president, the vice chair is the secretary, national security advisor, and the other agencies are Secretary Esperon is here, Your Honor. He's made it known that he's here. Mr. President, who are the other members of the NTF-ELCAC? I just said that, yeah. 17 cabinet members, Your Honor. Yung summary ng report dun sa ELCAC, can you give it to me, please? So there is yeah.
17.
So go ahead, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, given the composition of the NTF-ELCAC, may we know what are its significant accomplishments in pursuing its mandate in providing an efficient mechanism and structure for the implementation of the whole-of-nation approach to aid in the realization of the collective aspiration of the Filipino people to attain inclusive and sustainable peace?
They have 17 regional commands, Your Honor, according to Secretary Esperon, with a cabinet leader in charge of each regional command, Your Honor, as well as the governors of that region, Your Honor.
So, yung accomplishment po nila, Mr. President, I want to know kung ano na po nagawa nila, ilang kalsada na nagawa nila, ilan na bang barangay water system nagawa nila, ilan na bang electrification projects nagawa nila. Gusto ko pong malaman, Mr. President.
They have cleared, according to Secretary Esperon, they've cleared several barangays and dismantled several guerrilla fronts, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. Now, next question is, with all its accomplishments...
Hindi naman ang staff natin to summarize their, may ginawa. Mas kompleto yung...
With all its accomplishment to date, the NTF-ELCAC is yet to fully implement their hallmark program, the Barangay Development Program. To enrich the records of this august body, may we know when did we start allocating funds for the Barangay Development Program of NTF-ELCAC, Mr. President?
2020. Hindi may 1 billion.
March 2020.
Pero meron tayong appropriate for ELCAC also.
Yes.
Operations of ELCAC.
Yeah. We appropriated 1 billion? 1 billion. 800 million. In 2020, Your Honor, we appropriated 1 billion for NTF-ELCAC. And then in 2021, we appropriated 19.3 billion roughly, Your Honor. And for, yeah, those so far. So this is the third year, Your Honor.
For barangay development.
So, Mr. President, what was the reason of the Congress in funding the Barangay Development Program of the NTF-ELCAC with 19 billion last year?
Yun ang inasa NEP po natin, yung National Expenditure Program. At nakiusap po si Secretary Wendell Avisado, former Secretary of the DBM, na wag natin galawin because let's give it a chance. And I, in fact, was very vehement in my defense because many of our colleagues wanted to cut the program last year. They felt that it was too big a jump to go from 1 billion to suddenly 19 billion. So, but nakiusap po tayo na wag naman nila galawin. Galawin na lang nila yung ibang agencies, wag lang po yung itong pondo ng NTF-ELCAC for 2021, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may add another reason why the government is so insistent on funding the barangay development programs is that nakikita natin to, Mr. President, na ito ay game changer. Ito mga projects and programs na ito, game changer po ito sa problema natin sa insurgency. Dahil alam natin na even though it will be able to kill the last insurgent, but the root cause of insurgency, which is poverty and social injustice, brought about by decades of government neglect, is not addressed, wala pa rin mangyayari sa problema natin, Mr. President. Kaya sabi ko nga sa iyo noon, hindi ako magsasawang ulit-ulitin yung aking sinabi noon, pagdidepensa ko sa NTF LCAC fund na yung tiniente pa ko kapitan hanggang nag-kernel, yung gira na dinala ko sa NPA, kahit ilang NPA na namatay, kahit ilang sundalo, ilang pulis na ang namatay, hindi matapos-tapos itong problema natin sa insurgency dahil we are not addressing the root cause of the problem. Ngayon, itong NTF LCAC is the solution. Game changer ito. Ito na ngayon ang makakasolve sa problema natin na nag-a-address sa social inequality, social injustice na nangyayari doon sa parplang barangays na in-exploit ng mga NPA. Kaya, sabi ko, ito na ang sagot sa problema natin. Kahit na hindi na tayo magpaputok ng baril doon sa barangay, pero pag nakita ng mga taga-barangay na ginawan sila ng barangay roads doon, ginawan sila ng mga health center doon, ginawan sila ng patubig, potable water, safe drinking water, binigyan sila ng maliit na electricity, ay mawawala na po yung kanilang simpati doon sa kalaban. Mapupunta na po sa atin, sa gobyerno. Ngayon, kung hindi natin ito ibibigay sa kanila, itong cleared na barangay sa ito, babalik na naman ito sa mga NPA. Back to square one na naman ang ating problema na ito. So ngayon, Mr. President, kung hindi natin ito magawa, sino makikinabang nito? Sinong magbubunyi dahil naputol ang LCAC funds? Di ba ang NPA? Sasaya ang NPA nito. Maligaya ang NPA dahil, tingnan niyo gobyerno niya, promise ng promise sa inyo. Nabigyan kayo ng mga barangay development funds. Ngayon, hindi na na-deliver. O ano ngayon, nga kayo. Balik na lang kayo dito sa amin sa NPA. So ang NPA ngayon makikinabang. Ang pinakamasakit nito, Mr. President, pag tayo ay ma-misinterpret ng mga taong bayan, ng taga-bundok, masyadong mababa yung kanilang pagtingin, kanilang pag-understand sa situation. Baka sabihin nila na tayo sa Senado ay pro-NPA dahil tinanggal natin ang pundo na nakakapatay sa problema ng NPA. Ito lang po ang saloobin ko, Mr. President. Gusto ko lang ipaparating sa iyo na sana may balik natin yung pundo ng NTF LCAC. And to add, Mr. President, yes.
Mr. Senator De La Rosa and the chairman of the Committee on Finance. At this point, we should go behind the reason why we all know the reason for the NTF LCAC. And Senator De La Rosa is absolutely correct. Now, the big question within the budget is, how did you spend it? Ano ba? Nakasubmit na ba?
Actually, we received a letter throughout the committee hearings. I'd like to place on record, and I agree with the presiding officer, Your Honor, and with the former chief of police and our PMA graduate colleague, Senator De La Rosa, that definitely we have to win the hearts and minds. The battle against the insurgency is not a battle to be won with just guns and knives or whatever weapons we want to kill the enemy with. But certainly it's a battle for the hearts and minds, which is the argument I used last year in convincing our colleagues not to touch the budget. But throughout the committee hearings, Your Honor, yung mga colleagues natin, Senator Binay, Senator Drilon, were asking for the results. What happened? What were the projects? Kasi ang laki ng pondo.
Even at the results, baka matagal pa yun eh. How it was spent and
How
where
the money
it
was,
was
yeah,
spent.
basically, Mr. President, how the money was spent. And now, according to the letter received, of the 2,318 projects to be funded by the 16.4 billion Barangay Development Fund, only 26 have been completed as of today, Mr. President. So, and the rest are in various stages of completion. There are, I think, over 900 in the pre-procurement stage, which includes the detailed engineering design and program of work. There are over 700 which are in the procurement stage, and there are 560 which are ongoing implementation. But to give background to what the committee did when it cut the budget of the NTF-LCAC is we had no way of knowing what, because there was nothing before us. We had requested all the agencies to submit something. But when we actually did the cut last week, when we were processing the subcommittee reports, we had nothing. We had no information. This information I'm reading, we only received this Monday. By that time, we were already routing the committee report for signature, Mr. President.
Precisely, Your Honor. The reasons for the NTF-ELCAC are given already. That's already given. That's why we approved that. The point now is how it was spent, how it was executed. And now, let's go specific. How much did, there are insurgents and surrenderies in Davao del Norte. How much did you give Davao del Norte?
23 barangays representing how much? 460 million, Mr. President. Oh, hindi naman release yung implementation pero usapan. We know it's 100% really. We're looking for things.
Well, Mr. President, if I
So for Davao del Norte itself,
Yes.
460.
460, yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, we have to have a copy of how it was spent and where, diba?
Opo, opo.
All right.
I agree. I agree completely with our presiding.
Senator De La Rosa, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kasi ang sa akin lang, kung ang gawin nating rason na bakit natin inislas because we are not satisfied about its implementation, marami pa ongoing, marami pang ginagawa, then maybe ganun rin gagawin natin sa lahat ng government agency. Pati yung DPWH hanggang ngayon, doon pa nagsisiminto pa sa kalsada yung ginagawa nilang mga project. Islas na rin natin yung kanilang budget. Bakit itong NTF-ELCAC pa ang ating
Actually, yun talagang ginagawa natin, Your Honor. Pag mabagal po ang implementation ng isang ahensya, pag mababa po ang utilization, pag mababa po ang obligation, we really cut their budgets, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Mr. President. So, yun ang rason. Hindi yung COVID ang rason. Nasabi
Hindi-
natin na yung
Hindi, it's
pera
another
na...
reason is that we're also looking for, dahil pagbigay po ng National Expenditure Program sa atin ng DBM, sometime July, August, or late August, wala pong pondo for special allowances of our healthcare workers na mainit na issue at the time because they were threatening to boycott and to leave the hospitals. And there was a threat of the collapse of our medical system, Mr. President, kaya nag-hearing po ang Senado. We had to source 51 billion pesos out of existing funds, you know. We cannot just say, oh, we by the stroke of a pen, we add 51 billion pesos to the budget of the government of the Philippines. Hindi po natin pwedeng gawin yon. We have to source that, and the difficult job of prioritizing expenditures of the government falls to us here in this committee. Mr. President, you and I, the Senate President, the Majority Leader, Senator Tolentino, kaya yun po ang nangyari. Kaya pag hindi po nagre-report ang isang ahensya sa atin, in fact, nag-iwan pa nga tayo ng 4 billion despite not knowing what, this is a blind allocation in effect because we had no report at all before us, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, am I correct in my understanding that one of the reason or maybe primary reason for the slashing of the ILCAC budget is ito'y redirect natin doon sa COVID response, yung sabi mo na mga allowances ng mga frontliners, ng mga nurses, ng mga health workers. Am I correct?
Yes, certainly. That's also one reason, Your Honor. But also, as mentioned by our Senate President, saan po nagastos? Lagi natin tinatanong taon-taon. Bago tayo nag-appropriate for each agency of government, tinatanong natin, paano nyo nagastos yung binigay namin sa inyo nung nakaraang taon? Eh, nung tinanong natin yon sa NTF-ELCAC, wala po silang sagot sa atin nung fina-finalize po natin yung committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought that the main reason was priority natin ang COVID kaysa dito sa problema sa insurgency. Kaya nga kung ang gawin natin reason na priority natin ang COVID, Mr. President, alam mo po, every break po, pumupunta ako sa mga kabundukan ng Davao Region, yung mga dating mga stronghold ng NPA. Iniikot ko yan at tinitingnan ko yung mga nagawa ng mga kalsada doon, nagawa ng mga projects ng Barangay Development Program. ako po'y natutuwa talaga na maganda na po ang sitwasyon doon, na lumayas yung mga NPA dahil nga mabilis na lang yung arrival ng mga sundalo at pulis dahil may mga kalsada na. Sabi nga natin, where the road ends, insurgency begins. Kaya kung sabihin natin na rason na COVID, sa tingin ko, hindi gaano mabigat na rason yan dahil itong mga barangay na ito, karamihan dito ay mga COVID-free. Wala pong problema sa COVID doon. Walang namamatay sa COVID doon, Mr. President, pero mas marami ang namamatay due to cases of atrocities na ginawa ng mga NPA. So kaya nga, in the spirit of social justice, let us give what this community needs. Hindi natin kailangan silang bigyan ng COVID response program. Wala namang COVID problem doon. Ay bigay natin yung kailangan nila na potable drinking water, yung barangay roads na kailangan nila, yung mga pangkuryente na kailangan nila. So yun sana ang sa akin lang. But anyway, nasabi mo na yung rason, Mr. President. I would like to
wala tayong, if I may be allowed a response, Your Honor, wala tayong problema dun sa rason, Your Honor. In fact, I still believe it's a good program. But even the best programs on paper must be justified by the implementation, by a good implementation. Yun ang puntos po natin dito. So, kung may pakita natin na there is a good implementation, by all means, let us increase the funding for it. But if we are not satisfied with the implementation, then, diba, no matter how good it is on paper, and we take your word for it. In fact, 2 governors texted me. Nasabi nila they wish the program would stay. And I told them, you know, in fact, I'm routing it to our colleagues para makita nila yung pinadala sa akin nung ni Governor Uy, I hope he doesn't mind me saying it, of Davao de Oro, formerly Compostela Valley. He said it's a big help for his barangays. So we take note of that, and as I said, talagang wala tayong debate sa merit ng unang program. But maybe it increased too fast, kaya hindi nagastos kaagad yung pera, kaya mabagal yung implementasyon. Maybe the amount of 20 million is too big for the barangays to handle. I don't really know because wala nga eh. Kulang kami sa impormasyon, Your Honor. Kaya ako, lahat ng sinabi mo, Senator De La Rosa, sangayon po ako. And galing po ako sa isang probinsya na malala ang insurgency at one time. But because, and what really shifted the tide, I think, is not the military victory, but the victory of hearts and minds, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to, allay the fears of some of our colleagues here na nagsasabi na itong barangay development programs na ito ay magiging election giveaways lang ito ng administration para sa forthcoming national elections. Sabihin ko po sa inyo, kung sa tingin ng mga politiko ay election giveaways ito, sa ordinaryo pong mamamayan doon sa bundok, ito po ay grand prize nila for their decades of fighting against to gain their freedom from the clutches of insurgency, communist terrorism. So yun po ang malaking diferensya. At kung sabihin naman natin na ito'y baka gagawing campaign war chest ng administration, mali po tayo dyan kung sabihin natin dyan. Dahil alam nyo, Mr. President, I am a living testament to this. Itong ating administration na ito, hindi po ganyan ang ginagawa. Yung Duterte administration, hindi po gumagamit ng government money for political purposes. Ako po, tumakbo ako sa 2019, nanalo ako bilang isang senador, ni piso. Wala akong natanggap galing sa Malacanang. Wala, ni piso. Hindi ako binigyan, wala pong piso na binigay sa akin si President Duterte na, o ba to, pangtulong mo ito, pangkampanya mo ito. Wala po. Kahit mamatay man ako dito sa kinaupuan ko ngayon, wala po. Kung sabihin naman ninyo na walang binigay sa iyo directly, pero through your political party na PDP Laban, sabihin ko sa inyo, kahit piso, wala akong natanggap sa PDP Laban. Nanalo ako sa eleksyon na walang suporta galing sa political party ko. So yun na po, just to allay the fears na ating mga kasamahan na nagdududa na gagawin itong campaign war chest ng barangay development plans na ito. Wala pa ako natanggap kahit piso galing kay Pangulong Duterte. Wala akong natanggap galing sa PDP Laban. Ganyan po ang ating Pangulo pagdating sa pera ng gobyerno. Hindi po ginagamit yan sa politika. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you.
That's what they
Of course, that is contrary to what the newspaper said. Now, anyway,
Sinabi
just
ko
to
yung majority leader, Mr. President.
just to clarify, because I was just on the phone with Governor Hubaib of Davao del Norte. That's the reason I asked. Yun daw 460 na binigay sa Davao del Norte, 400 million sa Panabo City. Wala raw insurgent doon 60 million to the rest of the province. So, may we know why?
Mr. President, if I may, I can answer that question.
Go ahead, Senator De La Rosa.
Hindi that
Yes, Mr. President, if you acknowledge me. Baka hindi alam ni Gobernador Hubahib na yung Panabo, yan palagi ang hatbid ng NPA. Nandyan yung boundary ng Pakibato. Yan yung pinaka-guerrilla base ng NPA. Yung Panabo na yan. Kaya kung sabihin niya na mas maraming NPA ang Tagum City kaysa Panabo, mali po siya. Kahit gobernador siya, makipag-debate.
Wala sinasabing. She's not saying anything to that effect. She's merely saying na 400 million binigay sa Panabo, 60 sa because I was verifying you the answer.
If I may, Mr. President.
Walang sinasabing ganun. Anong Davao City? We did not mention Davao City, Your Honor. Go ahead, Senator Santana.
Mr. President, may I answer? May I answer, Mr.
Yes,
President?
go ahead.
The governor is correct. There are, and it's confirmed by Secretary Esperon.
Oh, yun lang.
It was given to the 23 barangays because hindi talaga kaya ng mga barangay yung ganong klaseng amount. So it's either the city or the province who bids out the projects and implements the projects. Your Honor.
Correct. So, correct yung information
Tama
na
po,
sinasabi.
tama
Correct. Oh, walang di tayo dapat.
20 lang po yung sa Panabo. Yung 3 sa labas po.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Senator, yes, go ahead, Majority Leader.
Sasabihin ko lang sana, Mr. President, kung hindi papasubstitute si Senator Bato, kung siya talaga magdadala niyan, nagmamando niyan, dapat ibalik natin yung pondo siguro, Mr. President. Kasi I trust Senator Bato.
Mr.
Off the
President,
record, Mr. President.
do I still have the floor, Mr. President?
Oh, yes,
You have
yes,
the floor,
if you're
Your
not done, go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. President, does the good sponsor is the good sponsor still open for institutional amendments for
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we're open. This is just one stop on the MRT. We're only at Calentong. We can still go to Cubao and to Monumento, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. Diyan talaga ako believe sa aking chairman. Very accommodating. Maraming salamat po. I just would like to manifest, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, my gratitude to the good sponsor for answering my questions and for his commitment to augment funding for the Barangay Development Program of the NTF-ELCA. I am certain that the additional budget allocation for the Barangay Development Program will help us achieve sustainable peace and development in the most vulnerable barangays. At ito po ang kinatakutan ko talaga, Mr. President, pag lumakas na naman ang NPA, ako noon hindi ako napatay ng mga NPA sa kadami naming gira na dinaanan. Pero ako ngayon natatakot, retired ako, yung anak ko na naman na tenyente, kakagraduate ng academy, siya naman ngayon nandun sa Davao, sumasabak sa labanan sa NPA. Iyon po ang kinatakutan ko bilang isang ama, na sana huwag na lumakas yung NPA doon para naman hindi madisgrasya yung anak natin. Yun lang, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Nagpapasalamat po tayo kay Senator De La Rosa, who is the newest committee vice chair and defending the budget of the armed forces, our brave soldiers. And as I said earlier, repeatedly, wala po tayong argumento dun sa filosofiya, dun sa idea po ng LCAC project, which is to win the hearts and minds of formerly insurgent communities rather. Kaya salamat po sa kanyang magandang sinabi, and as I said, we're open to if we see na maganda naman po yung implementation ng isang project, this is not unique to LCAC, this is across the board ho, for all agencies. Pag pangit po ang implementasyon, they don't deserve the funding, Your Honor, especially in a time of national health emergency like COVID-19. Kaya thank you, Senator De La Rosa, and huwag kang magalit sa akin kapag presidente ka na po, Mr. President.
Mas magalit ako sa iyo pag hindi ba ako gawing presidente.
Magagalit naman si Ma'am Amy pag at saka si Sir Frank doon sa mga kandidato nila.
Approve, approve. Basta barkada.
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator De La Rosa.
Majority Leader?
Sino next? Senator Tolentino is next.
Yes,
President.
Senator Tolentino is next.
President,
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I rattle off my questions, as a proud member of the Philippine Army, myself, Mr. President, I associate myself with the comments of the rationale behind the comments of Senator De La Rosa, General De La Rosa. And I can still recall, I was with General Esperon when I was confirmed by the Commission on Appointments. I was about to be denied. I was about to be rejected because General Esperon was not able to answer correctly the question of Senator Biazon. I was seated beside Senator Biazon as Secretary Esperon, but had it not been for the timely intervention of Senator Enrile, I would have been rejected. So I associate myself with the rationale behind the comments of Senator or General De La Rosa. Mr. President, just a few innocuous questions addressed to the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. President.
Thank you. Most willing to General Tolentino. He's a general in the reservist, I believe.
I thought you will be saying general problem, but my general comments would be so innocuous that I think it would help facilitate the national discussions we have right now, Mr. President. Yesterday, Mr. President, I had the distinction of being contemporary relative to foreign affairs. The ongoing Committee of the Parties 26 meeting, which is about to end today in Glasgow, Scotland, relative to climate change issues. Mr. President, I have to be contemporary right now. Likewise, Mr. President, relative to burning issues of the day concerning our local government units. Mr. President, last Monday, or was it yesterday, November 10, we had some news reports emanating from my good friend, Vice Mayor, now Mayor, Acting Mayor, Mike Rama of Cebu. Mr. President, he mentioned that the policy now, under his tenure, would be no vaccine, no Christmas bonus in Cebu City, Mr. President. So my question is directed to the echelon here of the DBM. Is there a DBM circular affecting local government units relative to Christmas bonuses or LGUs?
There is a standing circular on the grant of Christmas bonuses, Your Honor.
So the grant of Christmas bonus can be differentiated with the let's make this clear. Christmas bonus says for national government agency employees, Christmas bonuses for LGUs. Is there a demarcation line here?
It's a general budget circular that's applicable
Tingnan mo
to
nga ako, naka-on ako.
all departments, state universities and colleges,
We can hear
GOCCs,
whispers.
as well as LGUs. So it applies to both national and local government entities, Your Honor.
So Mr. President, was the action taken by the city government of Cebu, represented by Acting Mayor Mike Rama, correct? They can, as a matter of policy, withhold.
According to the DBM Representative Yusek Kim, pwede naman ho daw because LGUs enjoy autonomy and what they provide in the budget circular is just a minimum criteria, Your Honor.
So in effect, Mr. President, perhaps to remind the DBM personnel here, as long as you are not violative of Republic Act 11466,
Ano yan?
and let me
Actually.
cite the title, Anak, modifying the salary schedule for civilian government personnel and authorizing the grant of additional benefits and for other purposes, as long as you're not violating RA 11466, you're okay. What is RA 11466? It's the grant of mid-year bonus, the grant of end-year bonus, the grant of the praise, program on reward, awards, and incentives for civil service excellence, among others.
So sorry, what was the question? Whether you can go beyond the
No,
SFF, Your Honor?
as long as you're in compliance with RA 11466, you provide your mid-year bonus, you provide your year-end bonus, the Christmas bonus can be separated because it's a separate act of liberality coming from an LGU.
Yeah. Yes, they have to comply with the national policy apparently, Mr.
So,
President.
kaya ko po tinatanong yan, Mr. President, marami po nakikinig na mga kawani ng pamahalaang lokal, kawani ng pamahalaang nasyonal. Kabilang po itong Senado, kabilang po lahat ng ahensyang kinakatawan dito. Walang vaccination, tatanggap ba ng Christmas bonus? O bahala na po ba yung mga ahensya? Because sa sagot niyo po, Mr. President, as long as you're in compliance with Republic Act 11466, the salary schedule law for civilian government personnel,
For Christmas. Alright. Christmas bonus.
Nagbigay ka na lang ng bonus na hindi part of that.
Bonus. How much is 1 month basically? So I think the answer must be a little bit more nuanced, Mr. President, because if it refers to the year-end bonus, which is sometimes lumped in with any additional amounts as called a Christmas bonus, then the year-end bonus equivalent to 1 month is a legal entitlement and does not require vaccination. But if there is any amount that is on top of that, that is an act of liberality of the granting authority, then that can be subjected to conditions. That's my opinion, but I think it must be subjected to perhaps, that's just a spur of the moment opinion, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I am totally in favor of the grant of Christmas bonuses for all employees, expanding the coverage as long as it complies with all existing laws and as long as budgetary allocations are available. Kailangan po talaga yon, Mr. President. Subalit, naguguluhan din po ako kasi lumalabas na walang reaksyon ang DBM. So, thus far, no reaction coming from a supposed to be proactive department that should have clarified all of this even before the Cebu City pronouncement, Mr. President. Under Republic Act 11466, there is a provision there, Section 2, letter D. And I quote, Mr. President, a performance-based incentive scheme which integrates personnel and organizational performance shall be established to reward exemplary civil servants and well-performing organizations. Question to the DBM. Do you now consider a fully vaccinated agency as an exemplary agency? Will you consider a fully vaccinated civil servant employee as an exemplary civil servant meriting a Christmas bonus?
Right now, it's not a factor for measuring performance, according to them.
Because we heard pronouncements coming from other agencies that fully vaccinated individuals are considered heroes. I think I just read that in today's paper. I think it came from the president himself.
Yes, the president has been requiring people to get vaccinated. So
Yes.
I think when the president speaks, of course, the bureaucracy also moves on that statement.
And unvaccinated, quote unquote, individuals are termed as ugly. I just read it today, but that's beside the point. Mr. President, what I'm saying is this. The DBM should be proactive enough because Christmas is fast approaching. We can now hear the Christmas carols. Sayang naman po kung hindi natin mabibigyan ng Christmas bonus ang ating mga kawani, national man at lokal. The private employees will be a different matter when the DOLE budget is up for consideration. I totally believe, Mr. President, that the DBM is a proactive department. Am I correct, Mr. President?
They will look into it, especially now that you mentioned it.
They should issue an appropriate circular clarifying all of this. Christmas is fast approaching. Mr. President, let me shift to another question which would substantiate my claim that DBM is very proactive, Mr. President. They issued circular local budget memorandum number 82. And I quote, in section 2 thereof, this is page 12, personal services, limitations on LGUs. Mr. President, noong nakaraang linggo po, nasa Region 5 po ako, Mr. President. Ang reklamo po sa akin ng mga nakausap kong mga mayors sa pagtupad in their eagerness to comply with the Mandanas ruling. It would appear that they would be violating existing laws. Apparently because of DBM Circular 138, they're being required to absorb the deployment of nurses and other health personnel. That's one. Instead of DOH, it will now be shouldered by the LGUs. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yeah, there's a exemption for LGUs under EO 138 if they are going to hire and absorb employees from the national government. Exemption from the hiring caps under the local government code, Your Honor. And this is good for 2022. So if we want that to last past 2022, we have to put that same provision in that 2023 General Appropriations Act.
I'm going into that, Mr. President, because aside from health personnel, they're being requested to absorb DSWD, Department of Agriculture personnel, and this would trigger their violation of existing laws. Mr. President, I mentioned the proactiveness, quote unquote, of the DBM and the hesitancy of some of our mayors, governors, to comply with Local Budget Memorandum 82 because it will violate existing provisions of Republic Act 7160, the Local Government Code, particularly Section 325, which caps to 45% the personal services expenditure for third-class provinces and municipalities, 55% for fourth-class or lower, Mr. President. But the reasoning I heard from the good sponsor, Mr. President, is that it will be waived. Mr. President, I have yet to encounter a Supreme Court ruling or any jurisprudence that would enable an executive order or a department issuance to amend an existing law. So,
It's not the executive issuance, Your Honor. It's the GAA, which is another law also.
Yes, Mr. President. Precisely, Mr. President. That's why I've been saying that the DBM is proactive. Even if we still have yet to approve the General Appropriations Act for 2022, they have envisioned and they are now requiring local government chief executives to comply with their proposed legislative cover under GAA 2022. So, Mr. President, you see that disconnect? Hindi pa ho natin inaaprubahan itong national budget for 2022. Ini-encourage na nila ang mga mayors at gobernador natin, ang mga vice mayors at vice governors na lumabag sa batas. Paano kung ma-ombudsman po ito ng kanilang mga kalaban? Papasok na po yung eleksyon. Mr. President, I think the DBM here acted too fast, shooting from the hip, so to speak. They should have consulted the good sponsor. They should have consulted the leagues. They should have consulted the Senate Committee on Local Government, rather than presuming that the Congress would just concur with their proposal, which is still pending. As of the moment, Mr. President, the mayors that I have talked with from Albay and Camarines Sur, they're not complying. Natatakot sila kasi magbabiolate daw sila sa batas. Naipasa na po yung mga budget ng mga nasangguniang panlunsod, pambayan, para sa 2022. Kaya magkakaroon po tayo ng kaunting problema dito sa Mandanas ruling, Mr. President. And don't you think, Mr. President, this should have been done last year by the DBM? Apparently, their eagerness was left behind by the unfolding events, Mr. President. LGUs are now very cautious, the mayors, to act because of the approaching elections.
Yes, I think you're right, but they're not. They're clarifying. The DBM is clarifying, Mr. President, Your Honor, that they're not requiring LGUs to absorb these national government employees.
No, Mr. President, they issued several circulars, even the personnel options section of their executive order 138 that speaks of the transfer from national to local as long as it is warranted by the civil service, and that they would abide by the compensation system of the LGU concerned. Mr. President, what I'm saying is this: they should have acted proactively last year or the year before, because Mandana's ruling has been there since the last several years. It's just waiting. It's not just in its infancy stage. It is just waiting to be implemented, Mr. President. So, having said that, Mr. President, fusing my first question to the second question, I think it behooves upon the DBM to be proactive enough in clarifying matters, especially as it affects national interest, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, they're clarifying. Despite all any issuances, there is still no mandatory requirement for LGUs to absorb these national government employees.
Another item, Mr. President, is the Kalahi Seeds program. My LGU informants would say that they cannot fully assume this program and can only provide for counterpart funds. The same is true with NIA, but I'll be asking this during the DA budget deliberations. NIA projects cannot be fully assumed by local government units, especially now when there are no viable existing irrigators association in place, wherein fees were mandated before. Mr. President, moving to another matter, I invoke again my oft-repeated claims that the GPPB has went beyond their existing mandate, Mr. President. The GPPB, I hope they're here, the GPPB has issued more than 23 implementing regulations, Mr. President. Pinakamarami ho ito. Ang alam ko pong implementing regulations, pagkatapos lang po ilabas yung batas to clarify some, to quote the good sponsor, nuances, unclarified legislative nomenclatures. But in this case, we have 23 IRRs covered by GPBB. Mali ako kanina, GPPB. GPBB resolutions. Since its creation until today, they have been issuing resolutions. So may I know from GPPB, tama, hindi mali itong ano ko. GPPB, pati ako na-confused na, Mr. President. When will they stop issuing resolutions beyond what is contained in the original Republic Act 9184? To clarify, Mr. President, dati kasi may oversight tayo, member tayo ng board na gagawa ng IRR. But after the lapse of 5 years, sila na lang. So when that lapsed, tinuloy na nila. Meron po dito weekly nag-i-issue sila. So these are all IRRs beyond the knowledge of the Congress, which now would show that they have exceeded the intent and the language, the text of Republic Act 9184. When will they stop? Do they need a legislation, a handbrake legislation for this?
Your Honor, my attention is being called to Republic Act 9184, the Procurement Act, to Section 63, Organization and Functions of the Government Procurement Policy Board. And it says, Government Procurement Policy Board, GPPB, is hereby established to protect national interests and so forth. Formulate and amend whenever necessary the IRR and the corresponding standard forms for procurement.
So
They are saying it is within their power to... Is your contention that they keep amending those implementing rules?
yes, Mr. President.
Your wish is that they stop amending.
Yes, Mr. President, because as you just mentioned, and I quote you, standards and forms. Never the word substance was mentioned. The form is different from substance, Mr. President. So forms probably might refer to templates, fill in the blanks, forms that can be downloaded from the internet, forms that can be supplied to the LGUs and government agencies. But we're now talking of substance, Mr. President. The content, Mr. President, which is now hidden beyond the scrutiny of the Congress, Mr. President. So, when will they stop?
Ako po, I believe that Congress has inherent powers of oversight, Mr. President. So kahit naglapse na po yung provision for the Oversight Committee, I think doesn't stop, that's an inherent power of Congress. So if Congress wants to look into the implementation of any of its acts, I think it can do so. And if it feels, a member of Congress or a legislator feels that the enactment of IRR is ultra vires or beyond the scope of the law, he has options. He can amend the law, he can call for an investigation, he can file a case in the courts to invalidate, and the courts have invalidated implementing rules which are, in the opinion of the court, ultra vires or beyond the scope of the law, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, do you think it's now appropriate for the committee, the committee of His Honor, to secure, or should there be a courtesy coming from DBM to regularly provide
I think that can be
EPPB
as a matter of
resolutions
courtesy. We can arrange that, Mr. President.
just to the committee, Your Honor, not to the entire Congress, just to the committee, so that the committee representing the Senate would be apprised of what is happening, Mr. President.
Yeah, the executive director, is nodding her head. So I think that problem can be easily resolved. That she also calls my attention that there are only 3 implementing rules issued since then. But there are so many laws which call for them to actually file implementing rules, like the Bayanihan Law. That's
Yeah.
when they issue the Sagip-Saka, among others.
And it involves discretion, Mr. President. Interpretation, Mr. President.
Yes, but so long as the interpretation is canalized by the
But the-
acts of the
But the problem,
statute, Your
Mr.
Honor.
President, is we are not aware unless we be proactive likewise and exert effort to be aware. But doing lots of things, Mr. President, I think the GPPB should just furnish the committee.
Yes, we will ask them to do so as a best practice.
The same is true, Mr. President, and I will be showing my cards relative to my foreign affairs question, Mr. President. There are treaties entered into by the Senate, which we ratified, but the Department of Foreign Affairs was able to extend by signing agreements similar to what I mentioned yesterday without the knowledge of Congress. And even impacting on the budget. For instance, we signed the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, ratified by the Congress. But there are conferences of the parties wherein the representative will just be the executive branch, and they keep on signing agreements without the concurrence of the Senate.
Just executive agreements.
Just an agreement without which would require budgetary allocations. And I'm relating this with what GPPB is doing. They may be right, but it is hidden from the direct scrutiny and oversight of the Senate. I hope this will be tempered, remediated, and the nodding of the head of the director would be complied with, Mr. President. Because I will be raising this issue over and over again. In fact, I have several items to raise, and this should be clarified, stopped if it is not correct, even if there is a different administration, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, yun lamang po siguro, DBM should be proactive enough, especially as to the Mandanas ruling. DBM should not issue circulars which are conflicting, confusing with existing regulations, and DBM should serve as the clearinghouse in terms of new knowledge for our local government units. Tanghali na po, Mr. President. I would have asked about the Growth Equity Fund. I would have asked about more about 7160, but I was asked by the good majority leader to go ahead and attend the wedding ceremony of Senator Revilla's daughter. So I leave it at that, and I I rely on the assurances of the good sponsor that GPPB would comply. And the
Yes,
DBM.
we will hold them to their promise, Your Honor. Thank you for your questions.
Mr. President, I yield the floor. I have no further questions. Salamat po.
Mr. President, the next to ask is Senator Villar, I think.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, Senator Villar.
Senator Cynthia Villar, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, as well as our chairman of the committee. I just want to ask some clarificatory questions with regards to the implementation of the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund to the DBM. Okay. In 2016, we amended the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or ACEP, so that the money coming from ACEP will go directly to the implementing agency, because that was the problem before. The biggest complaint is coming from the CHED. Before the amendment to the law, they used to give the money to DA, and the DA will not forward the money to CHED. So the scholarship of the children of farmers who are supposed to be beneficiaries of this ACEP were not paid. And so if your what do you call this, your tuition fee is not paid, then you are not given, you are not allowed to graduate. So that's the difficulty. So I just want to clarify, because that is the spirit of the law, that every time we have money coming from the agriculture tariff on agriculture that will go to the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, we provided in the law that 80% will go to land bank, 10% will go to the SUCs, and 10% will go to the CHED for research on agriculture if they submit a feasibility study, not more than 5 million each. So I just want to inquire from the DBM if they are giving the money directly to the implementing agency, because that is the spirit of the law.
Yeah. And you're doing it at present. The ASEF hindi pa po, but there is a provision in the 2022 GAA where it will be done that way and released directly to the beneficiaries, as you mentioned, Your Honor.
I cannot understand that, because when we passed the law, that was meant to be implemented like that you identify the implementing agency and you bring the money directly to the implementing agency, not to the Department of Agriculture. But I think they did not understand the amendment to the law. They always give it to the Department of Agriculture, and if you let it pass through another institution, then we will have problem transferring it to another institution. That's why I'm clarifying this. What is the policy of DBM? Because that is really, I authored the amendment to the law. That is really the spirit of the law.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree. And I was informed just now that by the DBM USEC that even for 2021, it was already a direct release to the agencies.
Yeah,
but the difference is 2022, it's been documented already. There is a special provision in the GAA to implement that distribution direct to the agencies, Your Honor.
So I just want to clarify that the credit will go directly to Land Bank, the scholarship will go directly to CHED, and the research will go to the SUC, provided they submit a study on what they're going to do with the research. I just want to be assured that that will be followed.
Yes, they will follow that, Your Honor. But they clarify yung sa SUCs, dadaan daw sa CHED yun.
Okay, that's okay. Because in the SUCs, they have to submit what you
Proposal.
call this, a proposal to do research for agriculture, and they have to be approved. So that's okay. So I hope that we will not have problem anymore with this, because that was the problem. In fact, I hope DBM can help us, because the scholarship of children, of students before 2016, before the amendment of the law, hasn't been paid yet, coming from the Department of Agriculture. So I hope the DBN can clarify this with the Department of Agriculture, so that these receivables will be paid. Okay?
They will check on that, Your Honor, and they'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our Vice Chair for Agriculture, Agrarian Reform. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. We have no other members except for Senator Drilon, who suspended interpellation. He asked to resume interpellation later. So for the meantime, while we're waiting for Senator Drilon, maybe suspend the budget of the Department of...
Are you sure, Majority Leader, Senator Recto is also listed? No, it's not going to ask anymore.
Yes,
I
Senator
was-
Recto is...
No,
Senator Recto?
are you talking about the ALGO?
And Gordon also is also listed.
Senator Gordon is already okay.
Yes, Gordon and Drilon are done.
And Recto also.
Senator Drilon, sir, he asked to suspend his deliberation.
Suspend lang.
He wants to, according to Senator, he wants to ask about the LCAC, Mr. President. Yeah.
Okay. So what is now the parliamentary status?
We have no questions from Senator Recto. He did not list up to the DBM.
Oh.
So it is only Senator Drilon. So we can suspend deliberations on the DBM, and I'll pass a few...
Can we check that, Your Honor? Because he's listed here in the. We're taking up what we did earlier. Is we decided to take up all the funds together.
Oo.
So the PGF. I'm not sure if you were here already. MPBF. I have a list here where he's listed. Okay. Well,
Maybe ask the office of Senator Recto. But for the meantime, Mr. President, let's suspend, because I
Alright.
want to pass a few of the other
departments.
departments that have no
Yes.
questions.
Okay. That's
All right.
better.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the budget of the BARM. I move that the budget of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao be deemed submitted. So,
Any objection? Hearing none. Deemed submitted.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the budgets of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the National Security
Yeah.
Council. I move that the budgets that I aforementioned departments be deemed submitted.
Any objection? Yeah. Is Secretary Esperon here?
Yes?
Yes,
right
here,
there.
Your Honor.
All right. Deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for 1 minute suspension?
All right. Session suspended.
Malakas ang ninong ni Senator Zubiri. Mista pala, sorry.
much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we take up once again the budget of the Department of Budget and Management and recognize our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Franklin Drilon, to interpolate the sponsor.
The Minority Leader, Senator Franklin Drilon, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry, I'm ready to interpolate on the NTF LCAC budget. Is that in order, Mr. President? I'm sorry, I left the session earlier than the adjournment. So just
Yes,
Esperon's coming.
Yes. According to the sponsor, it's okay with him. Senator Drilon. That's in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're ready.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to place it on record that I applaud the committee for cutting this program, which is clearly a duplication of the programs in the various the agencies. No doubt about it. A close examination will show that duplication. Second, as pointed out so clearly by the good sponsor, the NTF LCAC officials could not render an accounting of how the 16 billion was spent. Because we have always called the attention of the chamber on this massive allocation of funds from 1919. It was 1 billion in 20. In this year's budget, it's over 16 billion, and then in the next budget, it will be 8 billion. Just to respond to points raised by Senator De La Rosa, we recognize the need to support the clean barangays. But however, there are enough programs in various agencies which would sufficiently answer the need to respond to the needs of these clean barangays. As against that, our practices or applications of the fund which are not clear and certainly requires an explanation. Just as this morning's session, the Senate President said that from his own inquiry, while Davao del Norte had 460 million, 400 million of that went to Panabo. Things like this do not engender confidence and trust that on the real purpose of this fund. And it is in that sense that I repeat, we thank the committee for being open to the re-examination of this concept, to this appropriation, and especially at this time when we need funds, particularly for the pandemic. We cannot even allocate funds for ayuda. We cannot even allocate program funds. We cannot even program funds for the vacuna and the vaccine. 45 billion is under the unprogrammed allocation, and yet we are allocating 28 billion for this fund. Now, I assume, Mr. Chairman, that the committee does not have an assessment of the effectiveness of this barangay development program of NTF LCAC, considering that, as you said on the record, you only received an accounting of the budget last Monday, if I heard you correctly, and therefore there can be no assessment of the effectiveness of the program. Would that be a fair statement, sir?
At the time we made the changes to the committee report, of course, thank you, Mr. President, to our very distinguished minority leader for his very kind words, and definitely we always take guidance from his directions and his instructions. But when we finalized the committee report after the submission of all the subcommittee reports and the amendments from our colleagues, we had nothing from the NTF-LCAC. But this, as you mentioned, this Monday we received some information, and perhaps we can make a preliminary judgment based on the what we know, that there of the 2,300 or so projects, there are 26 completed, and there are 883 in the pre-procurement stage, 841 in the procurement stage, 568 ongoing implementation. So just a preliminary picture, and so that's the picture we have right now, Your Honor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that kind of a report engenders confidence on the program, including its ability to execute, the inability of NTF-LCAC to execute the projects. 2,600 are you saying, but we are on our how many were executed out of the 2,600, sir? I'm sorry.
There are 26 completed projects, Your Honor.
Out of 2,600, 26 were completed.
Out of 2,318, there are 26 completed projects, Your Honor.
Okay. 2,318, 26 completed. As I said, that's just about, that's just even 1% or 1% of the funds. So, okay, that data speaks for itself. That data speaks for itself, and therefore it strengthens our belief that these projects are really duplications of the various departments' mandates. In any case, as we said, we hope we commend the chairman for his very decisive action on this item, given the fact that we really need funds today. We debated earlier that we are already on the edge of the country's ability to service its needs, as our debt to GDP ratio is already on the marker or even beyond. But in any case, is the chairman aware that other than the 28 billion lodged in the barangay development program for NTF-LCAC, there is approximately 2.2 billion more in various agencies? Is he aware of that? Is he aware of that, sir?
Where are the agencies? Yes, Your Honor. They're scattered among different agencies.
Yes, they're scattered among different agencies. For example, DAR has 479 million rounded off. DA has 484 million. In DILG PNP, 1,194,873,000. In DND, 41,453,000. DSWD, I repeat, DSWD, 353,203,000. NCIP, I do not know why it is here. NCIP, 72,243,000. DTI TESDA, that's 121,727,000. Other executive offices, 24,638,000. NSC, 7,838,000. OPAP, or Office of the Presidential Advisor of the Peace Process, 2 million. At the appropriate time, we will ask again how these different agencies disbursed of this money or utilize this budget, unless is the committee aware of these allocations in the different agencies, and does the committee have a report on how these funds were disbursed and for what projects?
I thought you were asking about the 2022 allocation. You're asking about the 2021 allocation, Your Honor?
No, 2022. In the 2022, if you look at the National Expenditure Program, I enumerated the
Yes, that's
agencies
why,
where LCAC is hidden in their budgets.
Yes. It's operating requirements for the Office of the President. That's the DAR is provision of capacity enhancement to agrarian reform beneficiaries.
I did not include that in the enumeration. I did not include the Office of the President. I enumerated the line agencies.
Yeah. The DI. What is the question, Your Honor? If I know the function or what it's intended for?
Would you? Yes. What are the functions or what are the programs under these various agencies on the pertaining to the NTF LCAC?
It's a general description, Your Honor. Like for DAR, it's provision of capacity enhancement to agrarian reform beneficiaries, microfinance services and credit, agrarian legal assistance and adjudication. For the DILG,
yeah, wait. With all due respect, isn't that part of the mandate of the DAR?
yes, that's why it's lodged in the DAR budget, I suppose, Your Honor.
Yes, but NTF LCAC, the way it is executed, what is the role of the task force? In the case of the DAR, for example, are there funds that are transferred from DAR to NTF LCAC?
No, Your Honor.
Because can we double check that? Because if I recall correctly, during the hearing of the budget on the DTI, there were fund transfers from DTI from TexDAT to LCAC. I may be wrong, but that's how I recall it.
With the permission of Senator Drilon and the sponsor, maybe a more, since the premise is the dismal accomplishment rate, in the present year, the current year, 2021. I think with the permission of the minority leader, I think a more relevant question should be, how did the different agencies where certain amounts are being lodged, how did they implement, or how did they, before we answer the question, how would they implement under the 2022 budget, how did they implement the 2021 allocations? The different agencies, not necessarily the NTF LCAC itself.
Yes,
I think we have
agree.
to ask the respective agencies, Your Honor.
Yes. Like DAR, the ILG, as mentioned by Senator Drilon.
Yes.
For the current year, bakit 26 projects lang ang na-accomplish? So, anong naging participation nitong mga iba't ibang agencies?
Anong nagastos na dito? Would you know? Sa 2021? Like yung DAR, nagastos na ba yan?
To perform their
DA,
contributions.
DILG. Well, we can ask DILG. They're up. Their budget is up next, Your Honor, and the PNP also. But according to Secretary Esperon, the DA, the DAR, they've performed their functions
Task force members.
as task force members, and their budget is lodged in their respective agency budgets, Your Honor.
Well,
PND.
the question raised by Senator Lacson brings to mind the issue that he raised, that the PNP, with whom a budget was lodged for the NTF-LCAC used the budget, if I recall correctly, Senator Lacson, used the budget to conduct a census or something like that.
PNP.
That is correct.
I do not see any relation. Yeah.
Yeah, in relation to the
I think that's
issue raised by
PSA who's
Senator
supposed to do
Drilon.
the census, Your Honor.
How did the PNP spend 1.194 billion pesos for the current year?
We'll ask them when they're up, Your Honor, Mr. President.
But NTF-LCAC should know because they should monitor how these funds are being spent.
Yes, just a clarification, sir, Senator Lacson. The allocation of 1,194,873,000 for PNP is for the 2022 budget.
Also for 2021.
Also,
Meron din ho sa 2021.
This is a recurring budget.
So,
Okay.
according to Secretary Espiron, the PNP funds were spent for immersion projects. Ano yun? Ano yun?
ano po yung immersion project?
The police are in the municipality.
The police are living in the municipalities themselves, Mr. President.
Present allocation
Like
ng...
Anong project? What projects?
patubig, pakuryente, tumutulong sila.
They get it out of these values, out of these.
Meron dyan eh. Just 1 minute suspension. Look for the present budget.
So session suspended for 1 minute.
Yes, just to put it on record, the present general appropriation of 2021, the DAR has 477.4 million rounded off. The DA has 484.7 million rounded off. The ILG, correctly pointed out by Senator Lacson, 1,194,873,000, of which PNP has
For each agency.
1,084,433,000. DND has 120.2 million. DSWD, 360,241,000. NCIP, 22,243,000. NAPC, 19.6 million. NICA, 14.8 million. National Security Council, 7.8 million. OPAP, 2 million. That's a total of 16.4 million for, I'm sorry, 16.4 billion for the current year. It is
Ang tanong? Ang tanong? Okay. No question yan. Your Honor, will ask the respective agencies for the part of the PNP. They travel around the different barangays. They immerse themselves there, and they live in the communities. Minsan tumutulong sila sa community. May mga patubig daw sila, very small projects according to General Esperon. And they call meetings for the community. So that's according to the PNP how that money is spent.
Well, as we said at the start, those very general answers does not engender trust and confidence in the manner in which these funds were utilized.
Yeah, I agree, Your Honor. I think, for a new project that involves large amounts, the accounting must be very specific because otherwise you want to build trust. So, especially if you intend it to be a continuing program, the reports must be done in a better manner and with more information. I second what the minority leader said, Your Honor.
Yeah. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President, just reviewing my notes.
Session suspended.
Yes. The funds are downloaded to the LGUs. Is that correct, sir?
The funds for the Barangay Development Fund, Your Honor. Well, the funds for lodged in the different agencies are spent by the agencies themselves.
Yeah, but so how much in this particular case is executed at the LGU level? That's the 16
For
billion.
2021 or for 2022 po?
2021, current year.
What's the... That's just for the barangays, no? 16.44 billion is for the local government units, Your Honor.
And as we look at the budget, as reported earlier, only 26 projects were completed out of the 2,318 projects. Doesn't this say much about the absorptive capacity and the ability of the LGUs to execute this, to absorb these amounts and the capacity of the LGUs to execute this?
It
Yeah.
might, Your Honor. It might because I guess it's not the fastest execution, Your Honor.
Yeah. And therefore, again, the desire of the national government to have these projects executed
Pero November.
is not being, is not succeeding insofar as this program is concerned.
Nag-lockdown ba sa Davao? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I know we're just making a comment that the desire of the national government to have faster execution and disbursement of the funds in order to help in the steer up the economy is not being achieved insofar as this particular program is concerned, because out of the 2,318 projects, only 26 were completed, and therefore, since this usually goes to the LGUs, the capacity of the LGUs to absorb and execute this is open to question. We have a question on this particular item, Mr. President. We are endorsing the committee report where the budget of the Barangay Development Fund or the FLCAP is at 4 billion. We have no more questions, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We thank the Minority Floor Leader for his ideas and for his support. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President. Who else? You check with Villar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Recto. Maybe we can ask our Senate President Pro Temp if he wants to ask. I see him on the screen and he's listed. Senator Recto, good afternoon.
Yeah, good
That
afternoon.
looks like a very nice house, Your Honor.
Beautiful, beautiful rest house, Mr. President.
We wish we were there with you.
We can visit one day.
Thank you. I'm in Lipa, Mr. President. Can I just have a few questions on the
Certainly.
local government support fund? Just a very few. A follow-up.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. I noticed that in the budget, in the committee report, and this was discussed earlier, that the entire budget for the local government support fund was 48.7 billion. There is a decrease of 26.7 billion. Meron pa akong natitirang 21.9 billion. Okay? Now, the question is, how much was the budget for the LCAC?
28.
Are we asking about 2021 or 2022, Your Honor?
2022.
2022? It was 28.1 billion in the NEP and the GAB, Your Honor. And now, under the Senate Committee report, it's 4.11 billion.
Okay. So why is there, bakit may natirang 4.8 billion? What is the nature of those projects?
It's still the same, Your Honor. It's just that it's probably a smaller amount because we didn't know. We were going in blind, to be honest, because we had no basis for decision. We were just giving the benefit of the doubt, actually, to Secretary Esperon and the those behind or pushing for the project that they probably had some completion, but for one reason or another, perhaps they were not able to submit their accomplishment reports. To perhaps the projects were delayed, perhaps because of the numerous lockdowns, because of the difficulty of implementing new projects. Apparently, some of the barangays are IP barangays, Mr. President. So they also need to secure certain clearances, etc. So giving allowance for this, we didn't want to zero them out totally, Mr. President.
Is there a list of projects, or is this a lump sum allocation, Mr. President?
There is an accompanying list, Your Honor. That's an annex to the GAA, Your Honor.
Okay, so there is a list in the GAA.
Yes, Your
Specific.
Honor.
Okay.
There's a list of barangays, and there is a menu that the barangays choose from, Your Honor. And with the guidelines about the amounts that each barangay can avail of, not to exceed 20 million for 2021, Your Honor.
With the permission of Senator Angara, Senator Recto, Senator Drilon wants to intervene.
Yes, certainly.
The listing is a barangay listing. They list what is asserted as the how do you call this? Rescue barangays which have been freed from influence of the CPP NPA. So there is a listing. Each barangay is given 20 million. And there is a menu for the 20 million. Just like the old pork barrels.
Pork barrel. That's right. I was getting to that, Mr. President.
Exactly the same as the pork barrels.
So there is a menu, and then there is a listing of barangays. Okay?
That's correct.
So the remaining 4 billion, in effect, is a lump sum. Is that correct?
It is now a lump sum, Your Honor. There's a breakdown of projects. But the 4 billion is a lump sum. It's a lump item, Your Honor.
It is now a lump sum.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, isn't it correct that in the past, the reason why I had allocations to local government units, an additional fund, by and large, is because kulang yung IRA. But now you have the Mandanas ruling, the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. And we have allocated, in effect, a little less than 1/3 of the productive portion of the budget, or 1 trillion
Yes.
of the budget for local government units. No? And the increase next year is about 200 billion. This amount, the NEP and in the GAB, was about 48 billion to start with. Okay, and then it
Yes,
is a
Your
lot.
Honor. We confirm that. We confirm that, Your Honor.
Okay, now considering the many challenges that we are faced with, no, you have a health problem that we still have to resolve. We should be planning how to open our schools, and there are many challenges and resources needed to do the same thing. Okay, and isn't it that many of these types of projects are already projects to be undertaken by the local government units? So this is a very centralized approach in dealing with the communist insurgency, isn't it?
Well, the opinion of the NTF-LCAC is that it's a bottom-up approach, Mr. President, because the choice of the project
Yes.
emanates
But it
from
would-
the local government. Although the funding comes from a central source and is centralized, you're correct in that sense. But the choice of the project, what to avail of, is not done by the central government. It's done by the LGUs, Your Honor.
But shouldn't we capacitate the mayors to handle these issues? That is the better approach.
In practice, Your Honor, it's the mayors and the governors who implement it because the barangays are not really. Senator Drilon spoke about the absorptive capacity, the inability, I think, to bid the projects this big, or of this magnitude. I think dictates why it's the municipality or city or province which implements the projects now.
Correct. So these projects, are they bidded at the regional level, at the national level, or is it at the barangay or municipal level?
At the LGU level, whether it's sometimes municipality, sometimes city, sometimes province, Your Honor.
Correct. So it's really a local government issue.
Yes, but with the national theme, Your Honor. What unites all the projects is that they underwent a certain process, meaning they were all. That's what unites all the municipalities, all the provinces, and all the barangays. To be precise, Your Honor, is that they underwent a certain process, a clearing process, and that's why they are included in the listing. It's not. You cannot just be asked to be included in the NTF-LCAC, Your Honor. You have to be cleared, and it was an infested barangay. There was a strong insurgency, Your Honor.
Yes. So the point is that to deal with this insurgency, I think it is better left also, or at least with the local government unit. No, meaning to say that you have to get the mayors and the governors involved. Now, may counterpart ba dito si mayor at si governor, for example? In this type of...
Wala ata. Wala po ata.
Wala
Yes,
rin. Okay.
wala po. It's but although having said that, a lot of governors are supportive of this program, Your Honor.
Yes. I wouldn't have a problem with this program if we were to list the project just as we do, let's say, in the budget of the DPWH with regard to infrastructure projects, or the DOTR with regard to transportation projects. They are all listed, line item, di ho ba? So why can't we not have an annex with the listing of the projects? Why should it be a menu? Hindi pa ba napipili ko ano yung mga importanteng projects sa kanila? So the projects have not been identified, in effect.
Pwede. Yeah, but Mr. President, I'm trying to drive home your point here and solicit an answer. What Senator Recto is proposing is if there is already a listing of specific projects, that they be inserted in the GAA rather than a lump sum item and a list of barangays. In lieu of the lump sum item and the list of barangays, would it be feasible to have a list of projects that will be inserted? If it's an infrastructure project, it will be in the budget of the DPWH. According to Secretary of Foreign, it can be done, Your Honor.
Okay, then maybe we can look favorably, if at all. No? But as it is, if it is a lump sum with a menu na may natira pang 4 billion, I would propose at the right time to amend this and to give it to, let's say, the Department of Health or maybe even to the Department of Education.
We will ask them to. That is an incentive for them to break
To
it
make-
down, Your Honor, and to submit these specific projects to us. I think.
Yes, thank you very much. So the final question is, meron pa rin natitirang 22 billion in the local government support fund. What are the projects listed in the 21.9 billion local government support fund?
LGSF. LGSF.
This is huge, huh? This is even bigger than the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the recap to. Wala na yun. 3 items na lang. Your Honor, that's the financial assistance to local government units. These are also projects given out to local government units, but this is to all local government units are free to apply for projects here, and it's the DBM. I was explaining earlier in response to the questions of our colleagues that it's the DBM who chooses from among the project submissions for the different LGUs, Your Honor.
Wouldn't that look like a pork barrel of the DBM too, Mr. President?
Well, depends on the definition of pork barrel, Mr. President. If you define it broadly, I suppose. But if you define it as the Supreme Court has done, which is because the Supreme Court has not said that all lump sums are unconstitutional per se, no? As long as they say a lump sum has a singular appropriation purpose, then it is constitutional, Your Honor. So,
Halimbawa, Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, as an example. Alam natin mapupunta sa DA yan. It's a lump sum, but you know more or less that it is project specific, not to increase productivity of rice. Okay? Now here, application to the DBM. Now, I just wanted to point this out, Mr. President, because how much is the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform?
I'm sorry, I missed the question, Your Honor. Sorry.
Let's relate this to the department, the budget of the different departments. Huh? Let's take a look.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's
Yes.
the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform? Isn't it about 9.8 billion?
It is 9.863. Yes, you're correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And here we're talking about may natirang local government support fund of 22 billion. And remember, we just increased the era of the local government units to 1 trillion. There is a 30% increase in all local government units, which I support.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
So dito, the local government support fund had 49 billion. And I'm glad that the sponsor has cut this amount by about 27 billion, may natirang 21.9. It has become a source for the increases in the different budgets of the different departments. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor. Mainly the DOH, Your Honor.
Correct. We increased the budget of the DOH, the education sector, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the PNP, among others. No?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Don't you think it looks funny that the DBM will have a, how much is that? 16 billion in lump sum, and the Department of Agrarian Reform, who has a direct constituency of agrarian reform beneficiaries, have only 9.8 billion. And where is the problem today? Isn't it the problem is agriculture?
Well, there are many problems, Your Honor. But agriculture is a big problem, yes.
Yeah, in terms of the economy, the third quarter, the laggard was the agriculture sector.
Yes, we discussed that during your interpellation for the banking sector, among others, Your Honor.
Correct. So that I just wanted to point that out because sayang naman, there's still 22 billion here, which could be a source. The idea, of course, budgeting is prioritizing our expenditures, no? And naturally for us at this point in time, when our deficits are very high, 7.5%, we borrowed 4 trillion in the last 2 years. We're borrowing another 1.7 trillion next year. Our debt to GDP will be, 60%. Interest expense is going up. So the idea is to spend to stretch every peso.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And part of economic recovery. So where would this money be better spent? No. So we mentioned that there's a slush fund of 16 billion with the DBM. So is there a menu for that too?
Yes, Your Honor. There's a menu.
How does it
It's a
work?
special provision in the special provision in the GAA with the listing of the permissible projects.
Yeah.
I think we read it earlier, no? Did we read it out earlier? Yeah. Yeah, we read it out earlier
Oh, so I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear that.
during the interpellation of.
But just an idea, what are the type of projects there?
Yeah. The menu says construction of roads, bridges, public markets, slaughterhouses, multi-purpose buildings and halls, multi-purpose pavements, drainage canals, seawalls, river walls,
Okay.
among others, Your Honor, among others. It's quite a wide menu, Your Honor.
Okay, so why not just, okay, those are normal projects that could be undertaken by the local government or the DPWH. The local governments can undertake that through their ERA. Now, kung kulang, why not make a listing of who needs what and put it under the DPWH? If it's a public market, right? Or a seawall or whatever. So how will the local governments naman apply for this? They go to the
They just
DBM
submit
apply?
their project proposal to the DBM, Your Honor.
And how does the DBM determine who to give?
They try to equalize it
Kung
through
lahat
the different
nag-submit.
regions. Yeah, there is a selection process. They try to equalize the distribution among the different regions, Your Honor. And if we look, for instance, for the 2021, 2% went to the CAR region, 4% went to NCR, 4% went to Region 1, 6% went to Region 2, 10% of projects went to Region 3, 6% went to Region 4A, and so forth, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay. But how much was this last year? How much was budgeted similar to this last year?
For this year, Your Honor, this year?
Yes, I'm sorry, for 2021, yes.
12.7, Your Honor.
So there is a marked increase in the budget from 12 to 16.
It was increased in the House, Your Honor. The GAB, they increased it.
Okay, got it. Okay, and then, okay, we're looking for sources also, Mr. President, no? Mr. Chairman, no? Okay, so magkano pa yung natitira? There is still about, so essentially there are just two items left. That's it. Kasi 22 billion is in the committee report. There is 16 now with the DBM and roughly 4 with the LCAP. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So dalawa na lang. Okay? Now, at 22 billion, this is twice the size of the budget of agrarian reform.
More, Your Honor, more.
Twice. It is
Yes.
bigger than the budget of many state universities and colleges.
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
Yes. It is equivalent to the budget of the Department of Justice.
Let me see.
Twice bigger than the budget of DICT. Huh?
Well, one option is to expand the menu, so it will encompass more items.
Yes, or another.
Let's not forget, Mr. President, it covers the whole country also. This budgetary item. So when you split it down into constituent projects, it's not that big per LGU, Your Honor.
If NEDA were in a better position in the DBCC, then it could recommend possibly a bigger multiplier effect for these resources. I don't know if there's a multiplier effect or very minimal siguro, like housing, for example. Magkano ang budget ng housing for next year?
Magkano? I'm looking at Senator Tolentino because he's our housing guru, Mr. President. He says it's minuscule.
5 billion?
DSUD is about 5.3 billion, Your Honor.
Correct. So this is 4 times bigger than the housing department. Palagay
But,
ko mas
I think,
importante yung pabahay. And housing has a 17 times multiplier effect. So if we're talking about economic recovery, I think housing will play a more important role than this menu of the DBM and the
I think
LCA.
infrastructure also has a certain multiplier effect, but I'm sure the gentleman is more familiar with the
Housing
numbers.
is also infra. Housing is also infra. No?
We
Which
could
has been-
expand the menu, Your Honor, is one option to include housing and other
well,
projects.
yeah, of course, at the appropriate time, we will make recommendations. But
Yes, sir.
I do not
Yes, sir.
wish to take much of the time. But clearly, we've seen that there are other sources that we could still utilize for more productive investment. No. Again, I laud the chairman for cutting the budget of this allocation to local government units. In the past, meron to because mababa talaga yung allocation ng IRA ng LGU. But now we've significantly increased that. No? It's 1 trillion and it is automatically appropriated. Okay? So maybe we can rethink. And I suppose the best way to defeat insurgency is getting the mayors and the governors, giving them, let them identify the priorities. Like, for example, one last question, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor. Is there a barangay in Batangas that has insurgency pa rin?
Barangay Punta Fuego, Your Honor, I'm just kidding.
That is correct. There are.
Is that the barangay, Kalatagan?
Uh,
What's the barangay? How many in Kalatagan? 8. There were 8 in Kalatagan, Your Honor, where Senator Zubiri has a property, Mr.
Are
President.
they beneficial? I will be going to Calatagan tomorrow. I'm here in Lipa right now. I'm on my way to Calatagan tomorrow. That's why I'm in Batangas. So anyway,
You can check on the projects, Your Honor.
is there any project in Calatagan?
2022 or 21 na?
8 barangays.
Anong project nila? Sige. I was told by the DILG representative there was a groundbreaking of one of the barangays 2 weeks ago, and he will give you the information, Your Honor.
Okay, because we are not aware, no? But nevertheless, all I wanted to point out is that, of course, the national government, the local governments will always welcome these funds coming from the national government. But I think we do have a very progressive mayor also in Calatagan. And I will be visiting him tomorrow, no? And by and large, if there are insurgency barangays in the province today, siguro rest and recreation lang. Hindi nang gugulo dito sa amin, if at all.
Yes, well, certainly when it comes to Batangas, you would know, Mr. President.
Yes. So again, thank you for your patience, Mr. Sponsor. I congratulate the sponsor for the work he's doing in the committee, and to our colleagues, to the Senate President for giving me the opportunity to ask just a few questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Senate President Pro Temp. Usual short, brilliant interventions, and he knows very well we're always willing to work with him on these matters. Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator Drilon is raising his hand. Senator Drilon is recognized.
I
You're on
think
mute.
he's on mute, Mr. President. Yeah.
Yes. Given the points we have earlier raised and the points so brilliantly raised by the Senate President pro tempore, may the committee review this very sizable allocation for the LGSF for 2 reasons. Number one, this next year will be a year where there will be huge resources downloaded to the local governments because of the Mandana's decision. And as Senator Recto correctly pointed out, many of these items were carried over from the past allocations because the era was then insufficient. That is why there was a felt need for national government's assistance to the LGUs. Now that we are in this very difficult financial position and fiscal position in the national budget, maybe just as an extraordinary step, and it is very logical probably for the committee, as a suggestion, to make a review of this LGSF allocation, because the very nature of the grant.
But we're taking it together.
That's our submission for this particular.
Yes, Your Honor, we're always willing to, I think the distinguished minority leader knows we're always willing to open to his ideas and willing to work with him, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Before we leave the NTF LCAC budget, without preempting the future action of our colleagues in plenary, whether to adopt the committee recommendation to slash the budget from 28 billion to 4 billion, my question is, assuming that we adopt the committee recommendation in plenary, what will happen to the 2 billion plus still embedded in the different agencies?
Well, I'll
Such
take
as-
my guidance from the members, Your Honor. We could keep it as it is. We could realign it to the infrastructure, if you prefer.
Because logically, 2 billion is a mere 7% of the 28 billion. And since these agencies are rendering support services to the NTF LCAP, if we, in the event that we reduce the budget to 4 billion, I think 2 billion pesos is too much to render as support services to the NTF LCAP. So I'm not preempting our colleagues, as I said earlier, but I think we should also review the 2 billion plus embedded under the different agencies.
Yes,
Thank
Mr. President, that's well taken, and we understand where the point is coming from. And we will take our guidance from you and the rest of our colleagues, Senator Drilon, Senator Recto, Senator Tolentino, and others, Your Honor.
Yeah. One last question, Mr. President, if I may. I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator Recto, recognize.
For me to understand. Mr. President, are insurgents, to understand the problem now, wouldn't most of them be farmers and fishermen as well? Especially in the province.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ah.
Some students also, though. Some are also students, apparently.
Yes. When you say students, very minimal siguro yan. If at all, left-leaning, not necessarily insurgents.
Some have joined the NPA, according to General Esperon.
Okay. But most of the NPA would be what? Farmers? In the rural
A lot of
area?
a lot of IPs also, apparently. Some,
Yeah,
but you're right, farmers. A lot of them are farmers, Your Honor.
Are farmers, right? So,
Yes, Your Honor.
And if they're farmers, then the Department of Agriculture, Department of Agrarian Reform, and the local government unit should play a more important role.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just
Yes.
put that on record, Mr. President, to understand. So thank you
Yes.
very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you to our Senate President Pro Tem.
Anyone else?
Who else?
Yes, Senator Drilon.
I think Senator Drilon and Senator Recto are listed for the different funds, so we'd like to solicit from them if they wish to still ask, or are they done with their questioning? Because what we've done is we've tackled them together, Senator Recto and Senator Frank. With the DPM, we're tackling the different special purpose funds. So we're wondering if you still wish to ask for the different funds, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
May I request just a 1-minute suspension for liquidity, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We're ready to accept questions from, is it Senator Drilon or Senator Recto for the different funds? I think Senator Drilon is on deck, Mr. President.
Senator Drilon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few more questions.
May we know, Your Honor, which fund so we can ask for the data ahead of time?
The 10 billion growth equity fund.
That's, you must mean the 1.25 billion equity fund, Mr. President. It's been reduced under the committee report.
It has been reduced. No longer
Yes,
10
Your Honor,
billion.
because it's, well, it was reduced in the House and it was further reduced here by the committee, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm glad to hear that. But I raise the issue of the use of this growth equity fund. It was supposed under the EO number 13A and the Section 8 of EO 138. Section 8 provides that the growth equity fund is being
at the same time.
being appropriated to, quote, gradually enable the full implementation of the functions and services devolved to them. That's what the EO provides. But in the
How does this offer?
General Appropriations Bill, it is now turned into financial assistance to the identified to the poor, disadvantaged, and the lagging LGUs for implementation of various infrastructure program. So the concept is already changed. Maybe we should abolish this 1.5 billion because this is not consistent with the objective of establishing the growth equity fund. It is now again for implementation of various infrastructure projects. So nagiging pork barrel na naman ito.
Well, it is a targeted fund, Your Honor. There are two parameters. The first is poverty incidence, and if you are in the top, the top 50% poorest municipalities, cities, provinces, and the second criterion is the per capita national tax allotment, or formerly ERA. So if you're in the bottom 50% with respect to your national tax allotment, you would qualify to receive funds under the growth equity fund, Your Honor.
But aren't these municipalities also entitled to allocation in the various programs of the government in the various departments?
Yes, Your Honor, but you've been in the government a long time. You know it's a jungle, and sometimes the strongest are the ones who get the share of the pie. That's why, with respect to having some equity in the distribution, that's the intention of this. That's hence the name Growth Equity Fund. For the because it's an acknowledged fact that under the NTA, the LGU formula provided in the local government code tends to enrich some. If you're a city, for instance, you tend to really, if you look at the funds of the cities, they double, they triple, they quadruple over time. Whereas the one of the municipalities, a more incremental growth. So I think it's meant to target this type of disparity which grows over time, Your Honor.
Except that we go back to the purpose of EO 138, let's establish the Growth Equity Fund. And if you look at the proposed allocation, the purpose of the allocation is completely different from the EO which constituted the Growth Equity Fund. I guess we can leave this topic with a request that the committee examines the special provision which
Yes, certainly.
from the EO. That's all that
We can do that, Your Honor. We can do that.
because it becomes another pork barrel the way it is crafted.
We can do that, Your Honor, and we want to avoid the unhealthy pork in the Senator Lacson will not allow it, Your Honor.
May I just ask a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have a list of the so-called poor, disadvantaged, and lagging LGUs to benefit from the initially 10 billion? It was
Meron na daw po.
So, kung meron, dahil inislas natin sa 1.25 billion from 10 billion, sino nawalan?
The allotment for each will just be proportionally reduced, Your Honor.
How many LGUs are listed?
Originally, it's about 300 different LGUs, 260 municipalities, 17 cities, 16 provinces, Your Honor.
So there are cities that are poor, disadvantaged, and lagging?
Meron po, meron po.
So how did they become cities?
Maybe when they were created, we were not too strict with the income requirement because unlike now when the cities really become up in arms when we file for a new city, they're very strict. But many of them actually did not comply, would not qualify under the present criterion, Your Honor.
So
If we were
total
to be
is
strict about it.
300, total is 300 LGUs?
A little less, Your Honor, 290,
290. So
293, I think, 290.
1.25 billion divided by 390, magkano last? What is a dyan?
Yeah, it's reduced.
Okay, it will defeat the purpose.
Di naman ho, andun pa rin ho siya. But again, we had to, as mentioned by some of our colleagues, we really had to find sources for our health interventions. And in the words of Senator Recto, budgeting is prioritizing. We really placed health above all concerns, the vaccine, the allowances of our health workers, the additional funds for boosters and testing and tracing, among others, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes, on the calamity fund, Mr. Chairman, if that's in order, I have just one.
Yes, it is in order, Your Honor.
Now, the calamity fund, now known as NDRIM, last year had an appropriation of 16 billion in 2020. There were continuing appropriations from the previous year, and the total appropriations for last year reached about 29 billion. May we know how much of this amount was utilized of the 29 billion for INDREM?
Utilization. 23.6 billion was utilized, Your Honor, leaving a balance of 5.3 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. What happened to the 5.3?
That is still available, Your Honor. I think it's carried over to the next year. And for 2021, there is an addition. We have a 20 billion provided in the GAA. So added to that 5.5 billion, that's 25 billion. They've released, as of October 31, almost 17 billion, leaving a balance of around 8 billion, Your Honor. But of that 8 billion, what does the earmark mean? May approvals na ho, na-obligate na ho yung 6 billion of the 8 billion. So the balance available, should any calamities occur between now and the end of the year, is 2.1 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that information. What about the Marawi rehabilitation? What is the status?
Marawi.
What has been allocated over the years for the Marawi rehabilitation? The reason we're asking this is we keep on reading, receiving complaints from the Marawi residents complaining about the lack of support for the rehabilitation, including housing and what have you. But certainly there is a lot of dissatisfaction from the Marawi residents.
there's been a release of around 4.6, 4.7 billion for both 2018 and 2019. For 2020, there's a release of almost 7 billion. For 2021, there is a release of 4.1 billion, Your Honor. I'm trying to get the details of the releases as to where they went, Your Honor.
Yes. How much is the total again, sir?
For 2018, there is 4.69. I'm just rounding off, Your Honor. I hope you don't mind. 4.69 billion for 2018. For 2019, there is 4.46. For 2020, there is 6.92. All billions. And for 2021 so far, there is a release of 4.17. You have the list of projects?
Is there a budget that has been crafted for the rehabilitation of Marawi? What is the
For 2022, Your Honor?
for the entire? I assume the rehabilitation cannot be achieved in 1 year. I assume it's a multi-year allocation. But what is the total rehab budget that we are looking at?
Who composes that? There is a comprehensive plan for Marawi recovery done by the task force Bangon Marawi, but the amounts are appropriated by us annually, Your Honor. So the amounts I mentioned are part of that, Your Honor.
Yes, and that's precisely what we're trying to find out. What is the total cost of the rehabilitation under that plan you mentioned, sir?
Total cost. Taranta tayo ah. Parang first time natin binabasa. Sa amin. What does that cover? That's inclusive of what has already been spent. Inclusive. Baka sumobra ka na ng 24. The USEC of the DBM is saying there is a item for Marawi rehabilitation totaling around 24 billion approximately, Your Honor. And can you? Mr. President, there have been a total releases of 28 billion, 28.9 billion for Marawi between all these funds scattered all over the budget, Your Honor, from the different agencies.
Yeah, but
31 out of 31.
Under the plan.
The plan calls for around 31 billion to be spent, Your Honor. So, and there's a 28.9 expenditure already. So there's just leaving about maybe 2.1.
I don't think that.
I can ask them to submit a more detailed report to you, Your Honor, for to break it down, to break down the different projects.
Well, anyway, can we have that? Because I cannot believe the level of noise created in Marawi if we have only.
Oh, but it's all Marawi. That's Marawi. That's Marawi. Oh, you mean it came from the Quick Response Fund? There are funds for classrooms, Your Honor. There's a project listing given to me, but they say it's not all for Marawi. So it's the disbursement of the Calamity Fund. So there's a 44.4 million peso release for solid waste management project. There is a 19 million peso release for the acquisition of school furniture under the DepEd. There is a 8.3 million peso item to cover the procurement of equipment of the new Marawi City Jail under the DILG, Bureau of Jail, BJMP, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. There is, yeah, I'm trying to go through it because it's not all Marawi, Your Honor.
We
There
don't
is
have to.
a
Maybe-
420.7 million. Yeah, if it's okay, then we can give you the
Yes.
list once it's been vetted, Your Honor.
Yes, I was just going to suggest that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can just await that for that.
We need that list. Get that list because we might be asked Marawi bill natin. Alis na ang aeroplano.
We have no more questions on the lump sums in the budget. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
for accommodating our questions.
Thank you very much to the distinguished Minority Leader, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Senator Drilon, Minority Leader, would you like to ask any questions or should we let go of the DBM already?
I have no more questions.
Thank you. Is Senator Recto still online, Your Honor? Would the Rules Committee know if he's still online? I don't have a computer here in front of me. Senator Recto? Well, he's asked questions already, so maybe he's already enjoying the cool air of Lipa, Mr. President.
He's offline, Your Honor.
So I take it he's no longer interested, Mr. President, because he would have told us otherwise, no?
Yes.
Could be a safe assumption.
There are no others in case. It was only Senator Recto and Drilon who were listed and for the different funds. Tama? Tama? It was only Senator Drilon and then they're done already, Mr. President. So I think we can approve the budget of the DBM and the special funds, Your Honor. Shall I make the motion, Your Honor?
He's being contacted right now.
Let's
According
maybe
to
we
him,
can
he
suspend
will-
for a few minutes, Your Honor.
Yes, session is
Thank you, Mr.
suspended.
President. Sana
Senator Recto is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just a few questions. With the permission of the sponsor, could,
yes, certainly to the brilliant Senate President Pro Tem.
thank you for your kind words always, Mr. Chairman. Just a very few questions. On the unprogrammed
yes.
appropriations, is it in order to discuss the unprogrammed?
Yes, all the funds we can discuss,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Thank you very much. This will be my last interpolation anyway, just on the unprogrammed for a better understanding of this. The budget in unprogrammed is roughly 151 billion. And I noticed in the committee report, we amended this.
2018.
And in the committee report,
21 and 20. The history, please.
58.2 billion was changed in the committee report. Of course, the total is still 151 billion. No? So there are a few items here. I just wanted to ask the sponsor, support for infra projects and social programs has a budget of 27 billion in the NEP and in the GAB. What is there a listing of these projects, Mr. President? Or is this a lump sum appropriation too?
No listing, Your Honor. It's a bit of a contingency fund, because historically the Congress has cut the right of way and certain items in the DPWH budget, the DOTR budget. I think they use this to supplement whatever was cut by Congress, Your Honor.
But that is not the nature of unprogrammed funds, huh? In fact, amending or changing a program is fairly a new thing, no? It's only happened in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Past, normally hindi ginagalaw to di ba? But we knew
Yes, Your
that
Honor.
the executive started spending unprogrammed funds in the previous administration. Now, having said that, there is a 27 billion support for infra projects and social programs in the NEP. Okay? So again, the question is there a listing of projects, infra projects, and social programs?
There is none, Your Honor.
There is none. Okay.
No.
And I noticed that in the Senate version of our committee report, we retained only 10 billion. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor, because we also realigned to various health and education
Correct.
items, Your Honor.
Okay, now, AFP modernization program has 5 billion in the unprogrammed fund. Okay?
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
there a listing of projects for the AFP modernization?
Yes, on listing, no listing. At this moment, no listing, Your Honor. What they do is, I think they solicit the list afterwards from the different military commands.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be bad planning, Mr. President? If there is no listing for AFP modernization? There should be a multi-year, there should be a list, isn't it? Okay? So the executive has not submitted any list to Congress as far as the AFP modernization, at least the 5 billion here.
1, 2, 3, nasa horizon.
Okay?
There is a Horizon 1, 2, and 3, I'm told by General Esperon. And usually is what is not covered by the DND AFP budget, then they take it from here, Your Honor.
Yes.
But, according to General Esperon, there is a Horizon 1 to 3 that they follow.
We request for a list because when you say unprogram, hindi ba tama na uutangin to?
Marami ho dito ay inuutang, but not all, not exclusively inuutang ho.
My understanding, if it is unprogrammed, chances are that's 151 billion na bagong utang. This is
Karamihan ho ay inuutang ho.
Yes, okay. Kaya nga unprogram eh. In fact, the only time you can use this fund here or appropriation is if your revenue surpass your target, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in the past, lahat to inuutang basta ginagastos yung unprogram. Okay? Now, so there is no list. Maybe the committee can request the executive for a list of this AFP modernization.
We will ask for the Horizon 1, 2, and 3, so we have a holistic picture, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
What about budgetary support to GOCCs? That's 25 billion.
Ano yan? Saan ang breakdown yan? Well, we cut it in the Senate version to 10, Your Honor.
Yes.
It is, ito na yan, details. Ito na yan. There is a 2.9 billion subsidy to the LRTA, Light Rail Transit Authority, and there is a 22 billion subsidy to the National Food Authority, NFA.
Okay. Now, isn't it correct that in the program funds, we have budgetary support to GOCCs?
Kano? Yes, we also have that, Your Honor. Like, I
And
think
how
PhilHealth
much?
is there. The 80 billion for PhilHealth is there in the
Correct,
program
correct.
fund.
In fact, it is in the hundreds of billions. Wouldn't that be correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And here in the program, there is an additional 24,953 million. No? Now,
Yes.
why will NFA need, how much was that? 16 billion?
22 for NFA, Your Honor.
Have they explained to us why?
What's the purpose?
Because the NFA does not import anymore. We've liberalized it.
That's right, with the RCEP, Your Honor.
Yes.
It is a conversion of national government advances into subsidy, Your Honor.
It is a conversion, national government advances to subsidy. Yeah, so ibig sabihin, their plan is to borrow money and to give NFA 22 billion. So where will NFA be utilizing this money? For what purpose? And why did they put it in unprogrammed and not in program if it is important?
Who has advances?
Advances national.
To subsidy? Ano yan? Convert to what? Equity? What is it converted to what? What is the equivalent? If you book it as such. I'm trying to understand it also, Your
Yes.
Honor. But we're told it's a conversion of the advances of the national government in the past into subsidy. But it's a non-cash item, meaning there's no actual cash exchanged. It's for booking purposes. But my question to the DBM USEC is, what is it converted into? Like usually that's converted into equity in the corporate world, Your Honor. So in this case, I'm wondering what is it converted into? When you have a cash advance, you can convert it to ownership of the company, meaning equity, Your Honor. So in this case, I'm still waiting for the answer, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so maybe we can move on. Until
We'll give you the answer, Your Honor, when we get it.
Yes, sure. Support to foreign assisted projects. Oh, incidentally, itong budgetary support to GOCC, we cut it by 14 or 15 billion and we retained
Yes, Your Honor. Some 10 billion na lang po siya.
Correct. And is there any rhyme or reason why we cut 14 or 15 billion? Based on
Well, we just tried to
Understood.
look around for the different agencies, and I think we got a bit from here and there, Your Honor, because the amount needed was so big.
Based on
For health alone was 91 billion. We had to
Correct.
source 91 billion in both the programmed and unprogrammed, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm with you on that,
just for
Mr.
health, Your Honor.
President. Yeah. I've done this in the past as well. I've always recommended that too, no?
Yes. You're a big advocate. As I mentioned, the item for vaccines, you are the prime mover along with Senator Gilon of that one.
Thank
70
you.
billion, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Before we leave the issue of unprogrammed funds, the chair has a question.
Yes,
There's a
Your Honor.
3.5 billion peso allocation for right-of-way.
Yes,
Under
it's the
the
last
unprogrammed
item.
fund.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it so crucial that we should include it under unprogrammed fund?
I think it's just a contingency, really, depending also on
Yes.
in case we cut some more later on
So,
from the DPW.
we
Wala
don't-
na akong matira.
So we don't still have a list of the projects under this appropriation?
Wala pa po.
Wala pa.
Wala pa po.
Okay, thank you.
I would
Similar to the support for infrastructure projects. Yeah.
Palagay ko dito, baka na-cut. Kasi I noticed that the DPWH budget was cut by 30 billion. And
That's correct,
the
Mr.
right of way doon na naputol. Kaya linipat dito
Yes.
sa unprogram yung 3.5 billion.
Yes, Your Honor. That's true.
Yan ay sa
That's
tingin
correct,
ko
Your
na. No? Yeah, okay. So let me move on now, Mr. President. No? Okay, risk management program. Yearly, you have this in the budget, 15 billion, more or less. And we cut 13.750 billion. And you now have 1 billion left, 1,250. Would that be correct, Mr.
That's correct, Your
President?
Honor. That's correct. That is accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. Saan ginagamit naman tong risk management program?
It's intended to manage the national government's fiscal risks, specifically for commitments made by and obligations in concession agreements relative to PPP projects.
Okay, question. So this is a contingent liability.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How much is the total contingent liability today, national government?
Magkano?
They're probably in the hundreds of billions.
Yes, Your Honor, because all the guarantees, etc.
Yeah. Would the DBM have the figure?
We're retrieving it, Your Honor. If you don't mind moving to, and we'll promise to
Yes.
furnish you that, Your Honor.
Yes, yes. Now, in the past, while they're retrieving it, did we ever spend risk management in the unprogrammed fund?
Past year, magkano?
And if we did, what year?
Never.
Okay.
Never. No. For yeah. 21, 2020. No, Your Honor, we have not. We have not.
We've never, right? I don't recall of any. No? One similar would be yung airport, Piatco. Piatco ba yung pangalan?
Yes,
no?
yes. That might be if there's an unexpected decision,
Yes.
court decision.
Yes, so similar to the next item, payment of arrears of LTO IT service. No? Who are we paying here? What
We're paying
LTO IT service are we talking about?
Okay. It's the LTO contract with Stratcom, I believe, Mr. President.
So it's a contingent liability.
Is it contingent? It is contingent.
Yep.
True and
It's a
demandable.
contract, eh. Diba?
It's an actual liability, I've told, Your Honor.
Yes. So it's no longer contingent. It's now
Hindi na
an
po.
actual liability. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes.
LTO IT service. Is there a court decision on this?
They're checking, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
Say-
I missed out one item pala. Support to foreign assisted projects, 20 billion. Is there a listing of what foreign assisted projects we're talking about here with the 20.1 billion?
Meron po, if I may read, support to foreign assisted projects, DA solar powered fertigation, tama ba? Fertigation system project, 2.33 billion. The DAR support to parcelization of lands for individual titling project, 2 billion. DILG Safe Philippines project phase 1, 4.4 billion. DOTR Subic
Yeah.
Clark Railway,
Yes.
11.3 billion, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Could we have a copy of that list?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is
Yes.
it correct that every year we have under unprogrammed Safe Philippines? This is the Chinese.
I think, yes, you cut it last year, I think, Mr. President.
I think every year for the last how many
Every year,
years?
yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
And if I'm not mistaken, at the appropriate times in the DILG budget, there's also another budget for Safe Philippines there.
Yeah, it's a smaller item. I saw it. I was looking through the DILG budget. It's
Correct.
a few. It's not in the billions, the millions, Your Honor.
Yes, but the billion is here.
Yeah, but the one in the program, Your Honor, is smaller than
Correct.
this one.
Correct. And we had several long discussions on this in the past, but every year it finds its way in the budget.
We can just incorporate the past discussions to save time, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Okay, yeah, let's move on. But I do have misgivings on this, Mr. President, no? And is
Yes,
there a
yes, Your Honor.
expected contract already on this, yung Safe Philippines?
The person in charge is not here. Could we take that up for DILG later? They're here. They'll be on deck, Your Honor.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. What about the SDF refund of the
Nampeday property.
Nampeday property development rights? This is the one in Japan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is a liability.
Contingent, actual. Isa-isahin mo na, di ba sabi ko? Isa-isahin mo kasi iniisa-isa mo. Una lang kayo para mabilis yung sagot. Rin po, isa-isahin mo na. Tama.
Mhm.
So it's an actual liability. Actual na. Hindi contingent to.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on. Okay.
It's a contingent. This one is contingent, Your Honor. If we decide to cancel in a contract with the on the right to, this is the Nagayama Taisei Consortium. There is a contract on the right to develop the Nampedai property. If we cancel that, then we have to pay this, Your Honor.
Yes, understood. Thank you very much. Okay. And then the next is the BSP equity infusion.
Yes, Your Honor. That's pursuant to building up the equity of the BSP, Your Honor. It's a part of the central bank law.
Yes, but that should only be in paper. But here we're saying we will be borrowing money, or if it were the program, use taxpayers' money to build equity in the
Yes,
bank.
Your Honor.
But I don't think there is a need. And I think rightfully the committee cut it by 3,750. In fact, the committee is saying it is also not necessary because there is a cut of 3,750,000,000. Would that be correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
If it is very important, number one, it should not be in the end program, right?
Well, the
Second
procurement of
plan.
vaccines is very important, but that's in the partially in the program. So
Yeah.
that's the very important item here, as well as the items for education. Those are also important, I feel, Your Honor.
Yeah. But let me start. Now, when we talk about program funds, this is priority spending. Would that be correct? Pag program?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct.
At pag unprogram, ibig sabihin, if we have more resources, and if we can borrow more money, then we can spend the unprogram. So it's like a second priority. Would that be correct?
Boosters for 2022, I wouldn't classify them as second priority. In fact, they are probably top priority items, Your Honor.
I was talking about, generally speaking,
Yes, generally
program
speaking, yes, Your Honor.
is priority of government, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And then on program fund, second priority, there is no actual funding yet. And that if
Yes,
we
Your
can
Honor.
perfect
Yes.
a loan agreement, then we can spend it. There's an authority to spend. That's what the
Yes, Your Honor. If there's an authority to spend if any of three conditionalities materializes, Your Honor.
Correct. Okay. And here, a lot of the amendments in the budget are found. In fact, 1/3 of all the amendments are found in the unprogram based on the committee report. Because we moved along roughly about 175 billion in the committee report. No? And we moved 115 billion from the program, increase and decreases. And under unprogram, we moved 58.2 billion. Right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. And we included new items pala in the unprogram fund. Last
Yes, Your Honor.
month's program. Okay. And I am with the chairman of the committee here. I think that everything he included here are priority expenditure items. Unfortunately, they are in the unprogram. But I support the move of the chairman. Okay. I just wanted
Thank
to
you.
put
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think it was wise for the chairman to do so. No?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. In fact, the reason why the chairman included this is because they are important expenditure items at naghahanap ang chairman ng bahay na paglalagyan. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Halimbawa, Okay, it is important to have a budget on last mile schools program. Okay, it is important.
Absolutely, Your Honor. It is.
Yes, it is important to have education service contracting program for private junior high school. It is important for the voucher program for private senior high school. And very important are the COVID-19 benefits and compensation for healthcare workers, national health workers pa to, in MS, 40
In
billion.
medical settings, Your Honor. Yes.
Setting, 40 billion to. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
So this is important. Universal access to quality tertiary education, additional 3 billion. A social amelioration program of 5 billion. And as I said earlier, if there was a cut in the program funds of the DPWH in the right of way, which is very important in the sense that you cannot finish a road kung wala yung right of way, and ergo we put a 3.5 billion here.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, procurement of COVID-19 vaccine booster shots of 45 billion. So these are very important programs which should have actually been in the program funds, but since mahirap maghanap na doon, dito na lang natin linagay, we made amendments to the side of the program. Would that be correct?
That's absolutely correct, Your Honor.
Okay, which I support, no? I understand the predicament and the difficulties of being chairman of this committee, no? And I support this, no? But having said that, there are still many other items here that are lump sums and that have no rhyme or no reason. As you mentioned earlier, your support for infra project and social programs, there is no listing of what this is all about. Or the risk management program of 15 billion. Diba? So, if there is a need to further amend the budget insofar as addressing COVID, number one is concerned, right? Kung kulang pa, then we can use also items in the program for that purpose, no? Or second, as I mentioned yesterday during the budget of the interpolations on the general principles, no? Our next is economic recovery. This budget is essentially an economic recovery budget too. And in fact, we've increased the budget by 500 billion for 2022. And the purpose for which is to have economic recovery. Okay? And I also said yesterday that we are borrowing 7.5% of GDP. About 1.7 trillion. Okay? Ergo, to make that useful, you need the economy to grow by more than 7.5%. It doesn't make sense that you borrow 7.5% but then you grow less than 7.5%. Mababaon ka sa utang. Now, the reason why you borrow money is that you can grow at a faster rate than the debt, so that you can pay back the debt. Okay? So,
Yes, Your Honor.
there is a need now for, let's say, spending on areas, like I said, for health, education, and economic recovery. So there are many items yet in the budget that we can utilize to spur economic activity. Would the gentleman agree with me on this?
Yes, certainly. I think these are all wise investments, Mr. President.
Yes, okay. And finally, no, many of these items in the past, halimbawa, voucher program for private senior high school, were in the program. This is the first time I see it in the program, which I support.
First time.
First time.
I think we did it also this year, Your Honor, because we had to make
Okay,
room.
so second time. Second time. It is not a
it is
regular
relatively
feature.
new. Your point is correct. It's relatively new that we put some of
Relatively.
because some of them are supplemental, Your Honor. Like there's already funding for
Correct.
UAPTEA. There's already funding for the
Yes.
education vouchers. So it's a supplemental funding.
Correct. And in fact, the committee found it to be a wise investment. That's why it's here. That's why he
Certainly.
cut the portions here, which may not be wise investments. Diba?
Certainly, Your Honor. And I quote His Honor, who said budgeting is about prioritization, Your Honor.
Yes, correct. And what I can see here is that there is still room to improve the budget, at least in
Well,
the
we're always willing to work with the, the Senate President Pro Temp really is able to look far and wide. So I think we're always willing to work with him because he sees things that many of us do not see, Mr. President.
Okay. In fact, one last item. Let just assume lang. Let's say LCAC is important. Pero not priority 1, but priority 2. That could be included in that program.
It depends on the members, Your Honor. If that's if the members feel that yes.
Or halimbawa, di ba may natirang 4 billion ng LCAC sa program?
Yes, Your Honor.
Baka naman pwede kung if we think that 4 billion is not of a priority, we can use that 4 billion for something else in the program and put it in the program.
That's for the body to decide, Your Honor.
Yes. I'm just making some recommendations and suggestions on how we can look at
Yes,
these
Your Honor.
things,
Yes, Your Honor.
moving forward. No? So the point being is that there is further room based on this interpolation to improve the budget. And as I pointed out yesterday too, if the budget is roughly 5 trillion, ang ginalaw lang naman talaga natin here is about 175 billion. So it's very small in the scheme of things, no?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that there are many other areas in the budget that we can still improve. And since we're discussing the unprogrammed, there are still at least 50 billion here that possibly could be modified. And finally, I do not want to take much time, no? Like I said, there's about 50 billion here more that could be modified. And today, you have certain items in the program and in the unprogrammed. So, kumbaga parang yung unprogrammed supplement.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
Okay? Just as an example, no? Let's say if there is a foreign assisted project in the program, halimbawa, in the budget of the DOTR, na alam natin na hindi matatapos, hindi magagawa. Okay? Hindi nila magagawa, just like in the previous years. Laging delayed, hindi nagagamit. It is also possible to free up the resources in the program and move some of those projects here in the program. And that's why you have here support to foreign assistance projects. Isn't it correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to lay the premise of possible amendments at the appropriate time. I thank the sponsor for his interventions, the committee's interventions in tapping the unprogrammed funds that we can use for priority projects, programs that are needed in 2022, particularly to fight COVID and for economic recovery. No? And I am following his lead by recommending at the appropriate time more of the same. That there are funds that can be utilized for more productive purposes. So having said that, I thank the sponsor for being patient with me, with this representation, and to our colleagues and to the Senate President. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much for laying the predicate and for future amendments. And I know Senator Recto always studies his amendments very well. That's why he's highly respected in the chamber. And we will work with him in the coming days and weeks, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
Mr. President, does Senator Recto have any other, no more for the DBM and the special funds? Otherwise, we can close it already. No.
I do have, but no need for the interpolation. I can
Okay.
just talk to the chairman on those issues, just a few clarifications. Thank you very much.
Yes, certainly, certainly. Anytime, Your Honor. We're always available. Thank you. Thank you to our distinguished and brilliant Senate President Pro Temp, Mr. President. If there are no more members, those are the ones listed. I don't see anyone else online except for the Minority Leader who is done with his questioning. So, if it's proper, I move that we close the budget of the Department of Budget and Management, DBM, Office of the Secretary, Government Procurement Policy Board, Technical Support Office, the allocation to local government units, including the Local Government Support Fund and the BARM, the Contingent Fund, the Miscellaneous Personal Benefits Fund, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, the Pension and Gratuity Fund, the Unprogrammed Appropriations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our colleagues, to our Minority Leader, Senate President Pro Temp, and to the presiding officer. And thank you to the Majority Leader for working very hard. Thank you to the DBM for assisting us during the interpellations. Next up, Mr. President, we'll ask for a few minutes suspension, but next up is the...
Before we suspend, we have a list of agencies with
yes,
no
yes,
interpellators, so we
Yes,
can
yes.
just do away with these agencies.
There's the list.
Cagayan Economic Zone Authority. These are mostly other executive offices. No?
Can we ask for the list?
Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone, Film Development Council of the Philippines, Philippine Racing Commission, Philippine Postal Corporation, Philippine Space Agency,
To be dismissed.
Bases Conversion and Development Authority, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development, Philippine National Oil Company, Energy Regulatory Commission, National Commission for
Ito lang,
Culture and Arts, Commission on the Filipino Language, Cultural Center of the Philippines, and Southern Philippines Development Authority. So,
I have the same list, Mr. President. I so move that we close the period of, or rather, we let go of these agency budgets because no one has signified their intention to interpolate, Mr.
yeah,
President.
before that, the budget of the Department of Budget and Management and the other agencies under the DBM is deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So
Likewise.
again, I reiterate my motion for the previous motion, Your Honor.
Yes. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That should speed up the debates, and maybe we request for a few minutes suspension, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, Your Honor. And we have the AMLAC, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, and the DILG next, Your Honor. May I move for the suspension, brief suspension, Mr. President?
Yes, before the suspension, likewise, deemed submitted, these agencies.
Yes, we move that the agencies be deemed submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Session
very much.
suspended for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kim, thank
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I think I'd like to that we consider, the body consider the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion to hear the budget of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. Hearing no objection. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, registered to interpolate on the budget of the AMLC, or the Anti-Money Laundering Council, is our Minority Leader, Senator Frank Drilon.
Senator Drilon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are not really questions on the budget per se of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. We have no question on that. But we are concerned about the status of the Philippines in the FATF, or this is the body which monitors compliance with the anti-money laundering laws. It will be recalled that last year we worked closely with Senator Poe to amend the Anti-Money Laundering Act to further strengthen our anti-money laundering laws to avoid the inclusion of the Philippines in the FATF's gray list. Precisely, we passed and enacted into Law Republica 11521 to strengthen the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001 by giving additional powers to the AMLC. In fact, the AMLC stated that we are now largely compliant, meaning there are only minor shortcomings on the technical compliance, which looks into the sufficiency of our laws. Recently, we again heard that the Philippines was placed on the FATF list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring, which is commonly known as the FATF gray list. This was on June 25, 2001. Can the AMLC confirm that the recommended actions did not include the enactment of any law, but the implementation of an action plan, which is purely an executive function?
Executive action ba ang needed for the next recommended actions, given that legislative has already passed amendment? Yes, Your Honor. It's an implementation of the laws that have been passed already, because it's a measure of effectiveness that is being sought by the FATF, and that can only be measured by executive action, the implementation. We've done our part, in other words, Mr. President.
I just wanted that to be on record, because I keep on reading in media that AMLC is again requesting for a number of amendments, which is very controversial, again using the inclusion of the Philippines in the FATF gray list. Well, I'm glad that on record, the issue would be implementation rather than policy. And that has been confirmed by the Anti-Money Laundering Council through the good chairman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. The FATF recommended that the Philippines ensure, quote, effective risk mitigation and risk-based supervision of the casino sector, including casino agents or junket operators, and resolve PAGCOR's conflict of interest in its role as casino operator and AML CFT supervisor, end of quote. Can we have an update on this issue. There are two issues here. First, on the POGOs. And second, on the conflict of interest, of the PAGCOR in being both a regulator and an operator of casinos.
What's the action taken? I guess updates. Bilis-bilisan natin ng konti, please. Oh. On those two mentioned lang, not on general. Oh. Conflict of interest of PAGCOR and the risk of casino and junkets. Oh. About the issue of conflict of interest. So you're not doing anything. Not for that issue because you don't believe there's an issue. So you're not doing anything. Compliance with money laundering. Mr. President, after some discussion with the representatives of the AMLAC regarding the monitoring of casinos and the gambling and junkets, they are proceeding with the registration of POGOs, monitoring of the casinos, and regarding the second issue of the conflict of interest, in their opinion, there is no conflict of interest. So that action taken is mainly what I mentioned, the registering of POGOs, the compliance checking for the casinos that they are complying with the coverage of the amended AMLA law, which includes them in the coverage, Your Honor.
The conclusion that there is a conflict of interest on the part of PAGCOR is not the conclusion of this representation. This is a finding of the FATF. Let me repeat, FATF recommended that the Philippines resolve PAGCOR's conflict of interest in its role as casino operator and AML CFT supervisor. That's a quote from the FATF. So, if this is one of the conditions so that we can be removed from the gray list, what is AMLC doing about this?
Mr. President, the minority leader is not alone in mentioning that conflict of interest issue. I've heard it several times before, actually. And but according to the AMLAC, it's not part of the action plan of the FATF. They've not required them to take action on that, Your Honor. Unlike the issue with the casinos and the junkets where they are looking at increased monitoring, also the POGOs. The issue with respect to PAGCOR's role is not part of the action plan, Your Honor.
Can I have a 1-minute suspension, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
Suspended.
Yes, the quotation is found in the mutual evaluation report dated in October 2019, not in the latest action plan, recommended actions. So we stand corrected on that, Mr. President. But nevertheless, it is a valid observation that indeed this is a classic example of conflict of interest. How can the regulator regulate itself? Casino, PAGCOR operates a casino, and PAGCOR regulates the casino industry. So there is a classic case of conflict of interest, but maybe we can discuss it in another forum and in another matter. So we leave it at that. We just wanted to let the records reflect that indeed there is no required action on the on the part of the chamber in order to resolve the gray list listing, and it's purely executive action. With that, thank you, Mr. President, and we have no more questions on
Thank you.
AMRC.
We thank the distinguished minority leader for his questions and his interest in the Philippine reputation in the money laundering world. No, so and he's right. I think he's right that definitely that's many economists have called attention to that fact. That's why they recommend privatizing certain functions of PAGCOR. I don't think that can be denied. So, and we thank him. We thank him for his questions, Your Honor. Thank you, distinguished minority leader. Mr. President, I don't think there is anyone else who wishes to interpellate on the budget. I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget submitted, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Okay, congrats. Salamat. Pasensya na medyo binigyan 10 o'clock. Ano po yan? Ingat pa kami. Ingat po kayo. Ingat. Salamat po. Salamat.
Also, Majority Leader, the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the National Security Council.
We already disposed of that a while ago, Mr. President.
Yes, so was there already a motion to?
I believe so. I heard it a while ago, Your Honor.
So deemed submitted. Thank you for the
Yeah.
clarification.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. President, maybe a few minutes suspension while we are awaiting the DILG.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Hey, we know the parliamentary status, Ate Majority Leader.
President, I think we're done with the National Security Council and we're now ready to call on the budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies, Mr. President, and officers.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, we now have we are now considering the budget of the ILG and its attached agencies.
Mr. President, I think the Minority Leader, the first to interpolate in the pecking order, Mr. President. Senator Drilon.
It's up to you. Senator Lacson or Senator Drilon are both.
Refer to the minority leader.
All right.
He is wiser and he is older.
Oh, yes, yes. Senator Frank Drilon recognized. You may start.
Okay, I wanted to yield to the better-looking senator, and the president in July 1, on July 1, 2022. But I have just followed the instructions of the Senate President and attempt to raise a few questions to clarify the budget and certain issues pertaining to the DILG. It is on this premise that I'm asking the good chairman to yield the floor to a few questions.
Yes, certainly, to the distinguished minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this NTF-LCAC sticks like a sore thumb. We find it everywhere. And here, in this particular case, DILG, we find that 1,194,823,000 is budgeted for the current budget, and exactly the same amount is budgeted for next year. You know, Mr. President, the COA has flagged this NTF-LCAC. And according to COA, the NTF-LCAC finances are hard to track as these are coursed through various offices like the DILG, implementing programs against rebels while some of its resources are considered intelligence and confidential funds, and therefore a different standard of accounting. Moreover, the COA called out government offices for irregularities linked to the task force. Funds were transferred from the central office to the regional offices, but lacked the authority and guidelines which exposed the fund to misuse. Some offices that were called up by COA include TESDA, the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, and the DILG in Central Mindanao. Now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, what is from our examination of the General Appropriations Act, the allocation for NTF-LCAC with the ILG started in the budget of 2020. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And at that time, 328,989,000 was allocated for NTF-LCAC in the DILG budget.
You have the details? Natanong niya? Eh, 2020 ang tinatanong niya. Which one? This one? Yes, Your Honor. 328,000.
329 rounded off. 329 million.
Yes, Your Honor. Approximately.
And in the current General Appropriations Act, it's 1,194,873,000 pesos. That's correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, question, how much was obligated and disbursed in 2020?
20. We'll retrieve that, but what we have right now on hand, Mr. President, is while we are getting the figure for 2020, we have the figure for 2021, Your Honor, of the 1.1 or so billion. It's 766.2 million, or 70% roughly, has been obligated. 300 lang siya, paano naging 730? Ano ba yan? Ano naging? All obligated, fully. For 2020, it's fully obligated, John.
Uh, 2020 was fully obligated and disbursed.
Yes, Your Honor.
It was
Yes,
also
Your Honor.
okay.
Disbursed also. Disbursed. Yes, Your Honor.
And in 2021, can I have the figure again, sir?
It's roughly 70%, or 766 million, Your Honor.
All right. And how much was disbursed?
Disbursed. Disbursed for obligation. But the figure is disbursed or obligation? Obligation, hindi na kontrata na. Oh. We're clarifying whether the figure given is obligation or disbursement, Your Honor. That's obligation, the figure quoted of approximately 766 million, Your Honor, representing about 70% of the appropriations.
And what was disbursed?
We're still waiting for the number, Your Honor.
All right. Anyway, the concept of NTF-LCAP is to provide projects to cleared barangays. In this particular case, what was the purpose of the funding of the DILG of NTF-LCAP of 1.9 billion, 1.1 billion? What is the stated purpose?
Ito, this one. So ito. Ano yung purpose yan? Well, Mr. President, broadly, it's to win the hearts and minds of the community, the cleared barangay. But for the DILG, they went around, for 2021, the use of the funds was they visited the barangays which were to be covered under the 2022 appropriations. The 1,406 LGUs, they would spend time there, the DILG teams, and spend time with the community. And for some barangays, they would assist them in deciding or choosing which projects could be availed of. Although the final decision fell to the barangays, and they would have community meetings, convergence meetings with the LGU officials, the barangay officials, the municipal officials, as well as they would also converge with the other national government agencies as to the needed services on the ground, Your Honor. So in some cases, they would go as far as, I think, drafting project proposals. Pag kayong barangay hindi masyadong marunong dito sa mga bagay na ganon, they would assist them. That's the technical assistance they would provide to the barangays, Your Honor.
It would appear that there are no infrastructures involved, infrastructure expenses involved in the disposition of this amount. I noticed that, you know, meetings, convergence, etc. Are we telling, is the DILG telling this chamber that we spent 1.1 1.94 billion for this?
Ito 85 million. Ito.
You want the
No, the one I mentioned, sorry, is the DILG 85 million item, Your Honor. As for the PNP, the bigger item of a billion, they spent for 2021, as mentioned earlier, 766 million, or 70% approximately of their appropriations. And the following were, ano yan? They had 13 million activities.
What?
They had 13 million activities, according to the chief PNP.
13 million activities? Or
Yes, Your Honor.
13 million pesos? What is 13 million activities, sir?
Different activities, Your Honor, meaning different types of actions under using these funds, Your Honor. And some examples of these are
clusters, the categories of each cluster.
they have 12 clusters performing different activities: counter mobilization activities, conduct of focused law enforcement operations. One neutralized was CTG. Communist terrorist group member, capacity building and situational awareness. What's RCSP? Retooled community support related activities, intensified monitoring of communist terrorist groups, assistance on interagency case buildup on extortion activities by counter-terrorist groups. What's CSOP plan?
Well, Mr. Chairman, from the way the activities are enumerated, starting with 113 million, ano yan? Ano yan, Senator Sani? 113
13 million activities because every month they have, under the different clusters, the 12 clusters, they have tens of thousands of activities based on this sheet given by the PNP chief, Your Honor. So when I mentioned the
24 na taon na po ako sa Senado, ngayon ko ang narinig ang report na mayroong ginastusan na 113 million activities. I'm sorry, maybe
13, Your Honor. 13 million.
13 million, not 100, 13 million activities in a span of 1 year or less than 1 year. Now, no wonder the COA has flagged the way the expenses is being, or the budget is being disbursed. 13 million activities in a span of 10 months or something. Now, okay, so what about in 2020? There was 328,989,000 budget, all
Hindi yan.
obligated,
Ito ba?
all disbursed. May we be benefited
ganyan.
by a description of how these funds were spent?
Is it 720 or 320?
727 fully utilized for 2020.
Ha? 2020? 300 lang ang pondo nyo.
But
Ha? Hindi ko maintindihan. So, dinagdagan.
700.
Hindi, ang appropriation is 320 eh. Ha? Hindi, why? The amount being asked is 320. He's giving us an amount of 720. Paano nangyari yun? Irene, kailan ka na dito? Ihilo ako dito. May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Your Honor, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
budget was obligated and disbursed, what activities, the response of the resource persons was they conducted 13 million activities. We computed that, and it turns out that for the past 10 months, assuming, because for the past 10 months, assuming 13 million activities, that would 43,333 activities per day for the last 10 months, which on its surface is immediately difficult to believe. But may we request that this allocation be examined closely, and we will accept the explanation of the good sponsor. We just wish to point out that even in the stated purpose
Sabay din.
of the DILG in getting 1.9 billion allocation. Let me just read for the record what it says so that you'll understand why we are objecting, Mr. Chairman. It says, okay, DILG 1,194,843,000 in the Office of the Secretary, 80 or 110 million 440. Just to give you an example, sir, the purpose as stated, and let me read it and help you understand what it means. Quote, funding requirements for the communicating for perpetual end to extreme violence and forming alliance towards positive change and enriched communities with its two programs, namely Retooled Community Support Program and Capacitating Urban Communities for Peace and Development, is geared towards capacitating and empowering local governments for the efficient delivery of basic services and effective implementation of program on good governance, peace building, and sustainable development. End of quote. Further, funding requirements to cover, quote, to cover activities that address the root causes of insurgencies, internal disturbances, tensions, other armed conflicts, and threats in cooperation with the AFP, NCA. Amount includes regular operating requirements of the PNP based on agency monthly program, funding requirements for preventing and countering violent extremism and insurgency, aims to reduce incidents on violent extremism and criminality through engaging functional local institutions and promoting people's active participation. Talaga pong hindi mo maintindihan kung paano, what the purpose, that's the stated purpose, to allocate over 1,194,873,000 pesos of public money as for NTFL tax. So I would strongly suggest that yes, we will re-examine on the basis of this program on the basis of the submissions, but maybe we can also request the good chairman to take a good look and review carefully this allocation. This is not small money. 1.1 billion is bigger than many of the budgets that are presented here in the Senate. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would now terminate my. I'm sorry. Before that, there's something else I may want to. So on that point, if that is acceptable to the good sponsor, we can proceed with the next item on the budget.
Yes, certainly. We will do that. We will work with him on this matter, Your Honor.
one of the on the Bureau of Fire Protection, we noticed that a favorite client of PITC, which is the brother of PSDBM, is the Bureau of Fire Protection. Who, we noticed that there are also transfers from the Bureau of Fire Protection to the PITC in the millions of pesos. May we know why?
Up to 70. Amount, total amount. Ang paghanda nyo na, please. First, total balance, total given. I read. You anticipate a question. Yan. Sorry, what's the question? I think I missed it, Your Honor. I was told what I read in the literature is that the officers were scared of cases being filed against them because some previous heads of the BFP had cases filed against them. So I think some of the subsequent officers were scared of these cases, that cases would also be filed against them. So they outsourced it to the PITC. Yeah, it's confirmed by Secretary Anyo. Incidentally, this happened before Secretary Anyo took office in 2018. This was 2013 to 2017, Your Honor, Mr. President.
We're not blaming Secretary Anyo for this. Our research indicated indeed this happened before his time. But having established that these were transfers made in 2013 up to 2017, may we know exactly what is the status of this procurement of equipment?
May sinauli na
If I recall correctly, this is a procurement of fire trucks.
So itong sinoli?
Total funds ito, sir. Ang sinauli, sir.
10 million.
120 million.
Oh, total.
216, sir. Ang sinauli na ng PATC to BTR, sir. Di nila na-procure. Yung ongoing...
So 216 na sole. Return.
Ongoing procurement
To-
ngayon, sir. City is
Sandali, dahan-dahan na. Return to
BTR, sir.
PTR, okay. Hindi na, not bidded out. Okay.
Completed project and delivered.
Million.
Under implementation, sir.
Okay, ano naman to? Ongoing procurement.
Yes, sir.
For a total of 3.39. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The representative of the Bureau of Fire is explaining to me. Out of a total universe of 3.39 billion that was downloaded to PITC, 166.9 million has been completed and liquidated. This is the procurement of what's SCBA? Self-contained breathing apparatus, 3D laser scanner device, and printing equipment. That's 166.9 million. 2,952 million has been awarded or is either awarded under implementation or for delivery. And this includes 1.9 billion worth of fire trucks, 1,000 gallon capacity, procurement of aerial ladders worth 144 million, procurement of computer software worth 7.4 million, construction of a conference room or war room to the tune of 6.3 million, and construction of fire stations totaling 892 million. That is, the earlier item on the projects completed is 4.93%. These items which are awarded, either awarded under implementation or for delivery, represents 87.1% of the total of 3.39 billion downloaded to PITC. And the remaining 1.59% representing an amount of 54 million for the procurement of ICT machinery and equipment is undergoing procurement. That's 1.59% of the 3 billion. And 216.1 million or 6.38% was returned to the Bureau of Treasury, Mr. President.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. From the way the report is being made, it would appear that this practice of procuring through PITC has been stopped because of probably information of the good secretary. All of those questions on 3.39 billion having been downloaded happened before his time in 2017. We assume that there are no more transfer of funds to PITC since the time of Secretary Anyo.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And so we can leave it at that, and I hope that this practice is stopped. By the way, just one final point. Pwede po ba akong maging parokyal at magtanong kung ano yung status
Yes,
ng
sir.
aking
Of
fire
course,
station?
all politics is local, Your Honor.
Oh, local
All
lang.
politics is local.
Hindi naman ako
Yes.
nagtatanong na local ngayon lang. Ang alam
Opo,
ko, mayroon
opo.
appropriation nito. The fire station in Iloilo looks like a dilapidated 1930 building.
Dito sir na pre-procurement na po. Tapos
May lote na dinonate.
So, anong ibig sabihin nun?
forbid out na sir.
Or bid out na?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be bidded out next year, Your Honor.
It will be.
It's in the 2022 budget. Pre-procurement for the 2022 budget, Your Honor. It will be bidded out.
Okay, so it is in the 2022 budget.
In the amount of 30 million, Your Honor. It is contained in the 2022 budget, and they're saying they're preparing for the implementation of the 2022 GAA by pre-procurement, Your Honor. Meaning it will be bidded out as soon as the budget becomes effective, Your Honor.
Yeah. I hope this is not transferred to PITC because in my research, I discovered that construction of firehouses is being transferred is being procured by PITC for the BFP. That is not the case. It will be bid out directly by BFP. Is that correct, sir? Just for
That
the
is
record.
correct, Your Honor. That is correct, Your Honor.
Just one final inquiry. There was a very controversial bill that we passed, which armed the firemen.
Meron ba? Is there an item? May item ba?
Now, is there an item in the budget on this, and how much?
Wala. There's no IRR yet, so there is no item also in the 2022 budget, Your Honor.
It is not true that this has been funded out of the funds of the president on contingent or other funds, because I do recall a statement being made that it is already, the request for a budget is already in the office of the president. So can we confirm that this has not been purchased?
Wala kayong budget request? There's no budget request in the office of the president, Your Honor, according to the BFP.
Okay. Okay, so it is, and it is not also in the 2022 General Appropriations Bill.
Yes, that's what they told us, Your Honor, because there's no IRR yet.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for that, Mr. President, and I will have no objection to the submission of the budget of the DILG from my end for consideration of the chamber on the with the Fulatilia, of course, that we will be receiving the appropriate report on how the appropriation for NTF LCAC was utilized, because no less than the COA has flagged this item as questionable. So with that, Mr. President, we want to thank the good chairman of the committee for honoring us with the answers to the questions that we raised. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the distinguished minority leader for endeavoring to keep his questions snappy and short. And we appreciate the concern for the time of the body and this representation. And we pledge to secure the information he requested. Thank you, distinguished minority leader, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
next to interpellate as per our list is the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Lacson. I recognize Senator Lacson, Mr. President.
Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will premise most of my questions on the meaningful devolution of powers and functions, no? With emphasis on the word meaningful. From the NGAs to the LGUs, in the advent of the Mandanas ruling and the subsequent issuances, notably EO-138, released last June 2021. Having said that, Mr. President, citizen participation cannot be overemphasized, in the crafting or at least in the planning and setting of the priorities for the development projects at the local level. So my first question is, can we be informed of the extent of CSO, civil society organization membership in the local development councils? Do you have data on this? I believe this is a requirement, no? 5,000. No, that's the important. Less than one. I'll give you the reference, Mr. Chairman. Baseline report, CSO accreditation and membership in local government councils and special bodies. DILG nag-release nito, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to find out ano yung extent ng participation ng mga CSOs.
They have 15,685 CSO members, according to the DILG, Your Honor.
15,000.
And they've accredited 31,000 as of an August 2020 report, Your Honor.
So that's how they are represented in the local development councils, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what is the distribution of the membership of CSOs by region?
So they will give you they don't have the figure right now. This is the total, Your Honor. So they will disaggregate the data. Yeah, it comprises all levels. So province,
Yeah.
City, municipality, barangay, Your Honor.
I ask that question because I want to find out which regions are lagging behind and which regions are ahead of the others.
They will submit to you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They don't have the data now.
Thank you. Kindly submit. Now, relatedly, yung during the 2020 budget deliberations, I asked this question. Yung Regional Development Council endorsed projects carried in the National Expenditure Program. Is it still at 25%?
For 2022, it's 42.9%.
42.9.
Yeah.
So there's a vast improvement because in preparation for the implementation, at least the phased implementation of the Mandanas ruling or EO-138. So that should be a good figure, Mr. President, 42+%.
It's much improved, Your Honor.
Yeah, much improved.
There are some agencies who have very high RDC endorsed. DNR is at 75%. DTI is at 76%. DSWD is at 78%. CHED is at 77%. DSWD at 78%. DILG at 78%. So these are the top matchers in terms of RDC endorsed projects, Your Honor.
And I assume that this will improve further because I heard that Secretary Anyo himself urged the governors and the mayors, pati mga punong barangays, to formulate their capacity development agenda, CapDev, and the devolution transition plans.
Baka sa 2023, 100% na po yan pag si President Lacson yung
anyway,
ng budget, Your Honor.
So how many LGUs have submitted their capacity development agenda?
Sa barangays, 30,600. So for the municipalities, November 12 po yung deadline. So as of now, how many have submitted? Yeah. 45 pa lang po yung nagsasubmit.
So ligano po ko, how many municipalities do we have right now?
About 1,400 plus.
1,491 yung last count ko. So ilan na ngayon? What's the latest data? How many municipalities do we have?
1,488 according to... Ang alam ko 1,491.
Dati ng 1,491 yan eh.
Oh, alam ko 1,491.
Yes.
Opo.
So is it still
1,488 is the figure. So
1,488? That's the exact figure.
some became cities according to...
Okay.
Opo.
Yeah, understood.
Yung,
how many barangays?
Yung naman ho, December 12 pa ho ang deadline. Kaya hindi pa ko nag-submit. So
how many barangays do we have?
42,046.
42,046.
Opo.
Anong level yung nagsasabit ng capacity development agenda? Lahat?
And the municipality gives it to the province, Your Honor, and the barangays give it to the municipality or city, Your
So
Honor.
all levels,
Opo, lahat ng level ho.
they're required to submit their CapDev.
Wala na po sa barangay. I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
Down to the municipal level. lang.
Opo. Okay, hindi na daw required yun.
Thank you. And how many? 45 pa lang submit?
Sa municipality, 45. 45 pa lang ho sa
45
municipality.
out of 1,488.
Opo.
Medyo malayo pa yung lalakbayin.
Oo nga. So, tomorrow pa daw with deadline. So, medyo
Tomorrow yung deadline.
photo finish ho. Photo
yeah.
finish
So
ho.
it's a matter of reportorial requirement lang ito.
Opo.
But there should be more, no? Not just 45.
They're quite confident there will be more, Your Honor.
Will this effectively address the issue on capacity or the absorptive capacity of LGUs? Kasama yan.
After pa yun. After they submit these CapDev plans, then the national government will formulate their own plans, Your Honor, based on what is submitted to them and how to capacitate further the LGUs.
Well, how do you measure absorptive capacity? Do you conduct studies on how to measure absorptive capacity of LGUs?
One is the ability to disperse the 20% development fund, Your Honor, per LGU, as well as the calamity fund, Your Honor. So, dun tinitingnan yung efficiency. That's one metric, Your Honor.
Yeah. So how do you do that? How do you increase the absorptive capacity through capacity building. Anong klaseng capacity building programs do you have?
They need to further capacitate the development planning office of the local government unit because especially with regard to procurement, because some make their plans, but mid-year they have to change them or amend them, Your Honor, is what the DILG is saying.
So how active is the participation of the LGAs, yung Local Government Academy in this regard? Di ba meron kayong LGA? Nagpa-function ba yan? Fully functional? So that could be a good...
They're also conducting the capacity development according to the Secretary.
Yung capacity building.
They harmonize the best practice.
Are there courses offered? Ano ba yan? How does that function ba, yung LGA? May mga courses offered or just seminars and the like? No, I'm not asking you. We have to suspend the rules before you answer my question. Sige, I yield to the acting majority leader.
Yeah. The Local Government Academy shall oversee the conduct of capacity development interventions for LGUs and shall develop the appropriate mechanism to ensure efficient, effective, and cost-effective utilization of national government resources. The Local Government Academy shall also lead in the harmonization of all capacity development interventions by the DBM, NEDAD, TOF, other national government agencies, Development Academy of the Philippines, and third-party service providers for the LGUs, as well as optimize the potential of the local governance, national, and regional resource centers as the convergence platform for capacity development stakeholders, Your Honor.
So there are no formal courses offered by the Local Government Academy?
Mr. President.
Wala.
Mr. President.
Yes, I yield to Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Lacson, perhaps with the permission of Senator Lacson, if I may be allowed to rephrase the question of Senator Lacson probably is pregnant with other sub-questions that probably can be mutated in this way. Was there a program devised by the Local Government Academy foreseeing the Mandanas ruling, foreseeing that the Mandanas ruling will be implemented 2022? Because from my experience, Mr. President, most of the LGA courses are being given after the elections for newly elected local government officials. But the timely question and relevant question of Senator Lacson, that was there a course offered to educate the local officials as to the effects of the Mandanas ruling? Thank you, Mr. President. May we seek a reply?
Yes, they do assist. They have transition plans according to the DILG.
But now, Mr. President, if I may add as a follow-up, I raised previously during the budget deliberations of the DBM that most mayors and governors were confused because there is the PS cap requirement of 45% for some LGUs, and if they download several of the functions, including the funding requirements, this would exceed the current PS requirements, and it was answered by the good sponsor that while it will really exceed, that there is a need to insert a provision in GAA 2022, Mr. President. So ito po yung nagdulot ng kaguluhan ng kaunti dun sa mga local officials dahil may batas po tayo ngayon, Republic Act 11146, tapos sa Mandanas ruling, binigyan ng maraming functions, mag-i-exceed yung PS requirements. So dapat po yun, doon na-train yung ating mga local government officials. Sangayon po sa line of questioning ni Senator Lacson.
Yes, I confirm that, Mr. President. We discussed that during the DBM budget discussions, and that point was raised by Senator Tolentino, and he said the DBM was overeager, and they said they will hold off until the GAAs enacted. They were just trying to prepare the LGUs. But be that as it may, there is no, the DBM also said that there is no compulsion on the part of the national government and local government, meaning the local government is not obliged to hire the national government employees. I just want to repeat that, Mr. President. And perhaps on the part of the DILG, after the and they or the DBM should issue a circular on this matter, setting forth the legal premises and the legal situation that there is indeed, assuming we pass this budget on time, there is a need to set forth that like a legal comfort letter for practicing lawyers, meaning sometimes our clients look for that. The mayors are the clients of the DILG. They will be looking for that legal comfort letter, which will provide them with legal cover for their actions to ensure that they do not violate any laws like the local government code, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kasi natatakot nga po yung ibang mga mayors, baka ma-ombudsman sila. Eh ngayon, magkakampanyahan pa, makakasuhan pa sila. I yield the floor back to Senator Lacson. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
asked that question, Mr. President, because and in this regard, I'd like to share my own experience. When I was the presidential assistant for rehabilitation and recovery do sa Yolanda Corridor, USAID provided 150,000 pesos per scholar, and we managed to enroll them in the Development Academy of the Philippines, and they graduated, 161 of them from the 171 cities and municipalities devastated by Yolanda. And now they're performing very well in their own localities, making use of their masteral degrees at the DAP. Maybe 1,488 municipalities can benefit from that, because if the LGA has no capability nor wherewithal to provide masteral courses in this regard, maybe we can sign a memorandum of agreement with DAP, so we can harness or we can develop the skills of our community planners to enroll, get their degrees, and go back to their municipalities under a contract to serve for a certain number of years. That's what we did in the Yolanda Corridor, and now they're back. They continue to perform their duties there. So just a food for thought, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, if that can be done, Kasi hindi naman masyado malaki siguro kung
I think
1,000.
it's a good idea. It will be a worthwhile investment, Your Honor.
Yes, that's a worthwhile
Will
investment.
pay dividends down the road in improved efficiency, in creating all the in planning, etc. It will redound to the benefit of the LGUs and their stakeholders and the constituents, Your Honor.
Kasi yung full devolution will be paper compliant kung hindi naman capacitated yung mga local development councils natin, or at least the local government units, in really participating in the planning and setting of priorities do sa kanilang mga development projects in their localities. So hindi ma-implement ito pagka wala naman marunong maggawa ng development plan.
Yes, Your Honor, definitely.
Now, part of the full devolution reform of the government under EO 138 is the preparation of the devolution transition plans by the NGAs concerned. Ang sabi sa EO 138, kasi June 1, 2021, 120 days, kailangan meron na. And that would be last October 1, 2021. So I remember during the committee hearing, I requested for copies and briefers of the DTPs, of the national government agencies. Meron na ba ito?
Ito yung mga nag-submit. Your Honor, there are a number of agencies. There are 12 agencies who have submitted their NGA DTP. There are 5 who who have submitted an initial draft or preliminary draft. There are 4 who have no submissions. Would you want me to read all of them in each category, Your Honor?
A submission will be...
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll do that.
We're done with the growth equity fund. Yung sa contact tracing, we noticed that there's no provision for the hiring of contact tracers under the proposed budget of the DILG in 2022 sa NEP.
Wala po sa NEP. We
Why is it?
inserted 1 billion.
Bakit wala kayong budget for contact tracing?
It's similar, I think, to... you asked for it. What you present in your they asked for it in their budget, Your Honor, apparently, but the DBM did not include it in their approved budget. So they came to Congress to ask for a budget, and we were able to put 1 billion in the Senate committee report, Your Honor.
So there's 1 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proposed appropriation. Yung sa NTF LCAC, this is the favorite topic of the minority leader. He's still around. I would just like to mention the COA report in this regard.
Yes, Your
Yung
Honor.
2020 COA audit report, sinasabi rito, there's inadequate planning and non-monitoring of utilization of NTF LCAC funds, resulting in misaligned procurements against the annual procurement plan or APP. Splitting of government contracts amounting to 187,200, 187, bakit million ito? 187 million. Para maabot yung posting ng requirements in the PhilJeps. So, as well as unliquidated fund transfers to field offices totaling 2.922 million pesos. So, have you resolved this?
This is the 2.9 million fund transfer, Your Honor.
Yes.
It was not a fund transfer, but a downloading of funds to DILG Region 12 for the implementation of DILG programs in the barangays in support of EO number 70. Moreover, the department's utilization of funds for LCAC-related activities is authorized under the GAA of 2020. The fund transfer was for the DILG's retooled community support program at the barangay level, which is their significant contribution to the objectives of EO 70, signed by President Duterte. Mr. President. And
So, this has been resolved, with COA. Okay na ito. So, okay.
yes, the
I received
Secretary
some-
saying it's been resolved, Your Honor.
I received some requests actually from the PNP in anticipation of our period of amendments.
Yes,
And
sir.
I'd like to ask some clarificatory questions in this regard. Sinasabi rito, number 1,
Saan yung mga dagdag natin? Anong dinagdag? Irene, anong dinagdag natin?
yung PNP One Network, this is a good project. Sinasabi rito, to establish a single hub interconnectivity roadmap of the PNP which connects and aims to provide internet access from PNP National NHQ down to the station level. Magandang project. Ang tanong ko, which broadband network are you using? Because this is 300 million pesos as requested. Pero baka yung i-anchor nyo, wala namang national broadband. Because yung DICT is not receiving support from the national government in terms of connecting yung kanilang connectivity, yung broadband. Baka maging white elephant, baka hindi magamit itong 300 million. Because I intend to pursue this with the permission, of course, of the chairman.
Yes, sir.
But if it cannot be utilized because of the lack of national broadband network, so paano gagamitin ito? But this is a very good project because interoperability from the national headquarters down to the stations, di ba?
It is already existing according to General LSR in the regions, and they just want to extend it to the municipalities, Your Honor.
Stations. How does it work? Kasi kung wala namang internet speed available, How will it work? How will it function? So ang coverage nito is region to region. Between RDs, they can communicate directly
Up to the police station.
down to the police station. From the regions, regional headquarters to stations. Ang alam ko, ang mga spot report nyo, text eh. Is that it?
From where? From where? To the police. It goes from the national to the regional police stations, is what I understand from what General Elazar said.
So there's interoperability, technical, between the regional headquarters all the way down to the police stations, provincial headquarters.
Meron tayong command center sa 5 minutes.
So, Krame to the regional police stations.
Para
Pero existing yung... So, you're saying in all the regions, yung regional police center nyo, ayos yung internet, kaya nakukuha niya yung data from the Krame, from Krame. Currently, it's from Krame, Your Honor. Nagpapadala sila, they have the network with the various regions, the regional police headquarters or stations, and their goal is to reach the police stations in the various municipalities, Your Honor.
So right now, it's headquarters, national headquarters in Camp Crame, down to regional,
To
the regional
the
headquarters.
regions. Yes, Your Honor.
So hindi pa ito bumababa sa provincial headquarters. Hanggang regional lang. And you want to expand it.
Hindi pa po umabot.
So you need 300 million pesos to expand it further, all the way down to the stations.
Yes, Your Honor.
So how efficient is this working right now? Kasi kung nagpe-fail naman yung internet service, how do you? Di ba yung laging problema natin, maski dito sa Senate, nawawalan kami ng ano eh. How does it function? Intermittent.
Servers. Kamusta yung service? Walang stoppages. They say it's operating quite well. There are no stoppages, Your Honor.
At the proper time, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I will be
Yes, Your
careful.
Honor, Mr. President.
Now, they need 100 million pesos for the operations and intelligence capabilities of the PNP anti-kidnapping group. 100 million. So, since the AKG, di ba, yung PNP AKG was created, how many KFR victims have you rescued? Gusto ko lang makita yung accomplishments before I pursue the to propose this amendment later. Safely, hindi yung patay.
Hindi bangkay, oh. Isang rescue, nakidnap for ransom victim. Sa babae. Yung babae laging marunong sa data.
Ano lang, rough figure.
Roughly lang,
Hindi naman kailangan
100, 1,000, 50.
Oh, over 100, over 1,000.
They're checking with the AKG director, Your Honor.
Yeah. Tsaka bakit 100 million pesos more? Ano ba yung pondo ngayon ng AKG as we speak?
They have 50 million for 2022, Your Honor.
For 2022, and you're requesting for 100 million more.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ato, mga equipment kasama? For 2022.
At 21 pala yun yung meron, Your Honor.
2021 yung 58. So you want to raise it to 100 million for 2022. At marami bang kidnapping ngayon?
Kasama na daw yung mga equipment doon.
Kasama na equipment.
President.
Okay. I'm also curious, ilan yung napatay nyo?
Are you asking about kidnappers or victims, Your Honor?
Kidnappers. How many kiyas and how many arrested?
Fatima, can you listen? Seven kidnappers killed. 7 kidnappers killed, Your Honor.
Arrested.
194 arrested, Your Honor.
194. Convictions. Ilang percent ang conviction rate nyo?
The trials are ongoing. There are no figures for any convictions, Your Honor.
Okay, moving on para hindi tayo gabihin. Unused. 2020 total unused appropriations 5.66 billion, unreleased 3.58, unobligated 2.07. Anong reason behind these figures? Bakit hindi nagamit? 5.66 billion in 2020. BASF ito.
Can we suspend session for a few minutes, Your Honor?
Session suspended.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. In response to the question of Senator Ping Lacson for the unused appropriations, this is for fiscal year 2020, according to the PNP, they had an unobligated allotment for MOE amounting to 1.2 billion pesos kasi na FLR daw ho to. And the unobligated allotment for capital outlays amounting to 664.8 million for fiscal year 2020 na FLR din daw ho to. So it's considered unobligated for fiscal year 2020, but because it was continuing continuing appropriations, eventually nagastos din daw nila ito for 2021, Your Honor. Tapos yung unreleased appropriation of 3,589,000,000, that was not released because these are unfilled positions, Your Honor.
Unfilled positions.
Apo.
I asked the question because every year, and I remember this very vividly, and lagi ako nag-augment ng budget yan eh. So I'm interested in finding out if you are fully utilizing the budget that you are receiving from Congress. So bakit na FLR? Nabiktima mo rin pala
Kasi
kayo ng
congressional insertion ho yun. Kaya, di ba, nung 2020, lahat ng congressional insertions. Actually, also for 2021.
So, congressional insertion yan?
Bakit siya na FLR? Or because of the sweep to kanina. Bakit nga na FLR noong 2020? Yun na yung 1.2 tsaka 600.
Yung unfilled positions, does this include the additional MOE? Because I was also the proponent for this year's GAA for the budget of the PNP for additional MOE because of the projected recruitment of new policemen, di ba?
Nagastos ba? Nagastos ba? Or kasama siya?
How many were you able to recruit? 2021. Ang naka-program, I remember, 10,000 eh. For this year, 1,000 out of the 10,000.
Sagat na. Iba-iba yung sagot na. Okay. 10,000 for 2020, 1,000 for 2021, Your Honor.
So ang unfilled is how many?
Ilan na lang ang field after that? There are 13,000.
13,000 unfilled. So what's the real-time strength of the PNP right now? If you have learned how to count, because during my time, we didn't know how to count.
Mr. President, it's 211,549, Your Honor. For uniformed personnel, Your Honor.
2 or 3 more items. Ano itong PNP Project Convergence on Manila Bay Rehabilitation in the amount of 26,982,000 pesos? Meron ba kayo kinalaman sa Manila Bay Rehabilitation? Di ba pang DNR yan? PNP Maritime Group. So patrol ito?
To the Maritime Group, Lau.
Okay. Kala ko nagbubuhat din kayo ng dolomite. Now, there's a congressional initiative introduced by the House. 1,500,000,000 pesos. Camp Development Fund. Did you ask for this?
It's a camp development fund, Your Honor.
Did you ask for this?
It was already in the 2020 budget, but it was part of the sweep for Bayanihan, Your Honor. So, They're trying to just recover.
Na-realign.
Realign. Opo.
And it was not included in the National Expenditure Program. So you requested the House to realign 1.5 billion. Do you have specifics? Do you have a list of projects? Example lang, random lang. Ano yung mga kasama sa... Kasi I also remember yung AFP, binigyan din ng 1 billion. This was for this year yata. 1 billion, hindi nila nagamit.
Your Honor, there is a construction of a NHQ grandstand at Camp Crame, 46 million. There is the construction of a 3-story academics, 36-room school building in the PNPA, 119 million.
Okay.
A 48-room academics school building.
That's enough, Mr. Chairman. I understand now.
We'll furnish. Would
At
you like to
least
furnish?
merong listahan.
Opo.
Itong Global Coalition of Lingkod Bayan, this something that's quite controversial, ano? Advocacy groups and force multipliers. Dito yata nagamit yung NTF-LCAC eh. Where is Rodel? Samonya.
Gasos, wala.
Baka ito yung sinasabi kanina ng chairman during the interpellation of Senator Drilon, yung immersion, barangay immersion, meaning campaigning.
Recruiting.
Recruiting for the Lingkod Bayan advocacy support groups and force multipliers.
The question is if they've spent anything on this, Your Honor? Or
Yes, what is this all about?
what is it all about? It's for community organization and mobilization for anti-terrorism, anti-criminality, according to the PNP, Your Honor.
Okay. One last item. Bakit ito, parochial ito, and kami dalawa ni Senate President involved dito, no? Bakit pinatatanggal sa Manila yung mga face mask na pinamimigay namin? Anong mali doon? The Manila Police, members of the Manila Police Department, they're harassing tricycle drivers. They're harassing people wearing yung giveaway face mask. May mali ba doon?
They will check on it. There's no order to do that.
Yeah, I know. It's only in Manila, actually.
There is,
So I wonder why.
we'll give the copy to the Chief of the PNP and Secretary Anyo on the news report,
Yes, Your Honor.
both in the newspaper and social media.
Pinababaliktad daw para hindi makita yung Lacson Soto.
They will correct that. It's the
Sariling katawan ng tao yon, you know. When you put up streamers in a private property, it's not a violation, di ba? And what more if a private person is wearing the face mask? What's wrong with that? So we just like to find
freedom
out.
of expression.
I know the directive that come from Camp Crame. No? I think
Walang directive daw.
walang directive. So bakit sa Manila nga lang?
If you
They are
can,
in favor of another candidate. Hometown
No,
candidate.
the police. They're harassing tricycle drivers, pedicab drivers. Pinatatanggal o pinababaligtad.
I won't repeat what the secretary said. Never mind, Mr. President. It's speculation, but there is definitely no order, and they will check on that and make sure it's not repeated, Your Honor.
Well, lastly and finally, Mr. Chairman, the Chief of the Philippine National Police is retiring 2 days from now, di ba? November 13. So tomorrow is the turnover, but you're retiring day after tomorrow, November 13. So first, happy birthday, advance happy birthday. Second, whatever you're planning in your life, good luck. That's all, sir.
whatever you're planning in your life, you let us know.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the questions and the ideas and the very sharp investigative type questions from the former Chief PNP, who clearly still has a lot of affection for the institution he headed. Matindi po yung malasakit po ni Senator Lacson para sa PNP. And I'd also like to join and greet our Kuyang General Elazar, and also wish him luck, whatever that is. November 13 is his retirement. November 15 is also another date, Mr. President. So I'm just stating that for the record, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Senator Lacson. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Majority Leader.
President, allow me to join likewise in extending felicitations to the soon to retire Chief PNP General Guillermo Tolentino Eliazar, who will be celebrating his birthday on the 15th. Good luck, sir.
13th.
13th. Good luck, sir.
15th is another milestone day at the COMELEC, Your Honor.
All right. Happy birthday to our Kuyang Noble, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one clarificatory question before I end, Mr. President. And perhaps the good sponsor can mirror the mind of the good Secretary of the Environment, in fact, the DILG. Sorry. Gutom na po ako, Mr. President. Gutom na po ako. Recent news came out, very controversial, quoting the good Secretary of the Interior, wherein he stated that those receiving 4Ps should be vaccinated. Otherwise, they should not be given the 4Ps. Mr. President, I am not siding forthright with the good secretary, but maybe know from the good secretary the reason why he came out with such a controversial statement, considering that this is part of the entitlement being received by the beneficiaries under Republic Act 11310. Saan po nanggaling to? Ano po yung pinaghugutan? Is he really frustrated because of the vaccine hesitancy? Or ano po ba talaga yun, Mr. President?
There is a very low vaccination rate among 4Ps beneficiaries nationwide, Your Honor. Based on the data of the DSWD, only 12% of the 4.4 million 4Ps households, which is around 20 million individuals, have been vaccinated despite the various campaigns and interventions implemented by government and the private sector. These include town hall meetings, family development sessions, incentives in the form of bakuna benefits or discounts, bakunado panalo or a raffle, as well as the use of influencers to convince more people to be vaccinated. So that is the context or the background to the statement of the Secretary, and I think he wishes that many of these 4Ps beneficiaries more of these beneficiaries be vaccinated, so they can be vaccinated from COVID and they can start working and living again in safe environments, Your Honor. This was also suggested to him by local chief executives and medical frontliners who are having great difficulty in convincing many 4Ps beneficiaries to get vaccinated, Your Honor.
So in effect, Mr. President, the good secretary was not alone in conceptualizing this controversial recommendation that without a vaccine, no 4Ps entitlement. I'm not siding with anybody, but there is a law, but it mirrors the frustration of an IATF member or co-chair, if I'm not mistaken, high-ranking official of the IATF, that perhaps beyond mere marketing efforts, incentivization, there has got to be some other means. And being a former Army General, Chief of Staff, Army Chief, Mr. President, siguro na ilabas na niya ito. But thinking out loud, Mr. President, may I ask, how come, given the boldness of such an idea coming from the good secretary, how come he never went for the juggernaut, Mr. President? The juggernaut would have been no booster, no entitlements, Mr. President. So that would entail 2 bucks, 2 shots, Mr. President. So given this frustration and knowing the situation likewise in the BARM, which is subject to deliberation in due time. They have a low 3% vaccination rate. Is the DILG secretary or the DILG still positive in that positive and optimistic that we will reach the 70% vaccination target before the end of this December, which is just a few weeks from now, Mr. President?
Tanong. Sorry, I missed the question, Your Honor.
Oh, is he still that optimistic that we will reach that 70%?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Yes, is the answer of the Secretary.
Even with a slow rate, Mr. President?
They will double time on convincing people, Your Honor.
Yes, I relate that likewise to the previous question this representation made, the example of Cebu, wherein the Cebu City Mayor invoked that according to the spot, that the chairman, that autonomy provision that they can withhold Christmas bonus without vaccination. But having said that, Mr. President, I think there are no more colleagues of ours who are willing to interpellate or manifest their intention to interpellate, Mr. President. So I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government and its attached agencies and offices, including the Philippine National Police, be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Chair is done. The DILG budget is deemed submitted.
Thank you. Thank you very
Mr.
much,
President.
Mr. President, Majority Leader, Senator Lacson, and our colleague, Senator Drilon, for
Is the agenda I'm looking at correct? We have three more.
we have
Ombudsman,
Ombudsman,
and the DFA.
COA, Ombudsman, COA, and the DFA. Yes, correct,
DFA.
Mr. President.
Are there interpellations for this?
I think Senator Drilon has manifested his desire to. No more? I'm sorry, Senator Lacson for COA
Yeah.
and Senator Villanueva for a manifestation. We will contact we'll ask maybe the Rules Committee and my staff to contact Senator Joel. Senator Ping is in the hall, so we can.
Senator Villanueva, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Subiri are attending a wedding.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. So
Mr. President, can we ask for a minute suspension to enable the succeeding agencies?
Yes, COA and the Ombudsman.
Yes, Mr.
All right. And DFA. So that we can finish early tonight. Session suspended.
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
may we now call on the budget of the Commission on Audit,
Alright.
Constitutional Office, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, we are now considering the budget of the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got a note that one of the interpellators, Senator Villanueva, will no longer interpellate. Not just because he is out of the session hall, but he is supportive of the budget of the Commission on Audit. So,
Likewise, I think Senator Lacson. There is the majority.
May I be recognized, Mr.
Yes, the
President?
chairman of the Committee on Finance is
Yes,
recognized.
Mr. President, I confirm the remarks of the acting majority leader, Senator Tolentino, that Senator Joel wanted to manifest his support, full support for the budget of the Commission on Audit, whereas Senator Ping Lacson was also just going to make a manifestation in support of the COA budget because he heard that certain parts of the budget or certain amount of the budget of Commission on Audit, which is a constitutional commission, which enjoys fiscal autonomy, was subjected to for later release. So he was not, he expresses his disapproval of the practice, even though the amount has already since then been released, Your Honor. But he wanted that put on record, Your Honor.
Yes, we want to place that on record because that practice should not be done.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, there being no other member who has manifested the intention to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Commission on Audit as submitted for the body's consideration, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The budget of the Commission on Audit is deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, may we now call on the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the ombudsman is considered.
Mr. President, may I be recognized, Mr. President?
Senator Sari Angara, the chairman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. If I'm not mistaken, there are no members who wish to interpolate, but Senator Joel, again, like in the case of the COA, wanted to express his full support for the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman and the head, Justice Martires.
Yes,
We
and-
place that on record, Your Honor.
And also for the record, I gave my go signal to the ombudsman that he no longer has to be here.
Yes.
Ombudsman Samuel Martires.
He appreciates that very much, I was told, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, okay. So,
Mr. President, there being no other member who has manifested the intention to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolation and consider the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
any objection? Chair hears none. The budget of the Office of the Ombudsman is deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension to allow the next department to settle down?
Yes, that will be the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you much.
Majority Leader?
Apparently, Mr. President, all the members of the DFA family will be joining us virtually with
Yes,
the
yes.
chairman of the appropriate committee. Mr. President, may we now call on the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies and offices, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs is considered.
Yes, Mr. President.
Chairman of the committee, of the subcommittee, is Senator Richard Gordon. We recognize Senator Richard Gordon
Good evening, Mr.
for
President.
the
Good evening.
budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Perhaps you can give us the total of the budget.
Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening, fellow senators, distinguished colleagues. The recommended budget for the Department of Tourism is Department of Foreign Affairs is 21,916,760,000 for the incoming year. The previous years they had 24 billion, and then in 2021 they had 22 billion. And in 2022, it is now 21 billion. This is the Senate version. The NEP recommended 20.8 billion, and the House recommended 20.8 billion, Mr. President. And the office is composed of the DFA OSEC, which has control of the budget, of course, and they have FSI, Foreign Service Institute, with 80.9 million pesos, TCCP, Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, 4.496 million, UNACOM, UNESCO National Commission for the Philippines, 23.82 million, PCVF, Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, 47 million, and the total is 21.9 billion, Mr. President. The personnel staff is 8,767,595 million. The MOOE is 11,305,865. And the FINEX, or the Foreign Institute, is 23 million. And the CO is about 808,949,000, Mr. President. There are 95 foreign service ports serving our 10.37 million Filipinos located in 195 countries. Of course, they don't service us, the overseas Filipino workers. They service the national interest of the country and look for opportunities and possible threats in other countries or challenges. And the staffing summary is about 3,304 authorized permanent positions. Of 2,787 are filled and 517 are vacant. In addition, it has 647 non-permanent personnel, bringing the total manpower to 3,434 positions, Mr. President. As the economy reopens, it remains important for us to maintain our standing in the international community and wherever possible, project ourselves in areas where most of our countrymen reside. That is why, upon the recommendations, we have increased the funding of the Department of Foreign Affairs to open their new posts around the world, as well as to staff them and also to expand the operations of 10 temporary offsite offices or stations. Mr. President, that is the summary of the budget, and I'm ready to answer questions from the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, if he has any. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, we have the presence of Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin virtually. And according to my list, there is only one interpellator. That is the acting majority leader, Senator Francis Tolentino. So you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise this to be brief and to the point. Mr. President, understand the budget for the diplomacy program is 2 million. Is this 2,722,728 pesos? Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, it's 21 billion actually is the budget, but for the foreign diplomacy effort, that would be about, let me just ask the staff here, 9,589,000,000, Mr. President. And the consular program is 8.5 billion, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. And from the description of the outlay, it includes formulation, coordination, etc. Would this include research? Would this include diplomatic outreach programs and the rest, Mr. President?
Most definitely, Mr. President. Anything and everything that will enhance the representation of our country with dignity abroad is something that the foreign office will always try to try to pursue, Mr. President.
Yes. The reason why I mentioned that, Mr. President, because I have to be again contemporary. I don't know the date, the time right now in Scotland, because I mentioned this yesterday. There was there was a COP26 conference on climate change, and I understand that the Department of Foreign Affairs is part of that. My understanding, Mr. President, is that while the Philippine delegation was headed by the Secretary of Finance, DFA was in charge. And my question really is something that has been bothering me ever since we questioned the Supreme Court as to the right of the Senate to concur in a withdrawal in a treaty, Mr. President. So the rule is, and this is part of the Constitution, no treaty or international agreement shall be valid or effective unless concurred in by at least two-thirds of all members of the Senate. That's part of the Constitution. But I understand, Mr. President, that Pangilinan versus Cayetano will now allow the Senate to intervene in case of a withdrawal. This was the pronouncement made by the Supreme Court last March 16, 2021. Am I correct, Mr. President?
I believe you're correct, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. So what I'm saying is this. There are, and the good secretary is very, and his staff is very knowledgeable. When we enter into a treaty, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the position of the Senate, the intervention of the Senate is clearly constitutionally required. That's why we ratified, Mr. President. Am I correct?
That is in the Constitution, Mr. President.
Yes. But what bothers me, Mr. President, is that in framework agreements, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Industrial Hazard Occupation, the Convention on Biodiversity, these are framework conventions, Mr. President. And after a framework convention is signed and ratified by the Philippine Senate, it is in effect, but immediately after, the convention is allowed to form a conference of the parties, and they meet yearly. So now we have Climate Change Convention of the Parties version 26, Mr. President. And in every COP meeting, a new treaty is born, Mr. President. And that's what's bothering me, Mr. President. There is no Senate intervention or imprimatur, Mr. President. So I am, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs is listening. I am just curious, is this part of the constitutional mandate of the Senate to affirm a treaty born by virtue of a conference of the parties, such as the conference being attended right now by the Secretary of Finance?
I think that the concern is proper. I'm just trying to get a definitive answer from the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Certainly, if there is a substantial departure from the original agreement in COP, I would imagine that the Senate would have to be consulted, and they would have to report to us. And that is why we have a committee on foreign affairs headed by the Honorable Senator Pimentel. I'm just expressing my personal view right now, but I think it might be unwieldy if every time they make an agreement, an adjustment, unless it is substantial, I think the Senate should always be informed. And if we feel that that has to be ratified, I think it's well within the premises of the Senate to make a decision as to ratification upon submission by the Department of Foreign Affairs. I'm trying to get in touch with the DFA secretary right now. I will just off my I'll just go on mute on this one.
Yes, Mr. President, if I'll be allowed to
The
continue.
Secretary of Foreign Affairs is raising his hand, and
Before
if there
we recognize the Secretary, may I continue? Just one line, Mr. President. The reason why I'm invoking this, Mr. President, is that it's just so happened that during our budget deliberations, the COP26 is about to be concluded, implicating huge budgetary resources that would require the presence, that would require the intervention of the Senate, Mr. President, having the power over the purse, Mr. President.
all right.
What is the question then? Are you saying that if there are requirements, obviously the power of the purse will have to come from the lower house, and then it will have to be ratified by the Senate. It will have to go up to the Senate for approval. But my position, and I think this is the position also of the staff of the Department of Foreign Affairs, as I've been told, is that when it involves, for example, political issues or changes of national policy, international agreements of a permanent character, or in the case of a treaty, or adjustments in the executive agreements of detail carrying out well-established national policies and traditions, arrangements of a more or less temporary nature, the procedure will mean presidential ratification in the case of a treaty and Senate concurrence, and in the case of an ecstatic agreement, it will probably, their position is presidential ratification. Now, authority to negotiate and sign the agreement or treaty will require full powers, exception being the Secretary of Foreign Affairs heads the diplomatic missions, representatives accredited to an international conference organization. And that is by virtue of Section 4, Executive Order 459, Article 7, Subsection 2, and also special authority, Mr. President, for executive agreement. So I think it is quite clear where there's a substantial departure from the original agreement. The Senate would have to be informed if it is technical in nature and not as substantial such as an executive agreement. Adjustments of detail, fine-tuning, that may require only presidential ratification unless the Senate feels that certain matters have to be ratified by the Senate, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, because as denoted by the number, this is already the 26th COP session, and all sessions have been producing variations of the original treaty ratified by the Senate. So in effect, we have never participated, we have never been involved, we were never informed, Mr. President. So what I'm saying, Mr. President, can we at least establish a sub-constitutional protocol on informing, even at the committee level, new treaties born out of framework agreements such as the climate change and other treaties such as those that I mentioned a while ago. Just informing the Senate.
All right. Anyway, you are well in line on the issue you would like to raise and call the attention of the Senate too. Now, the Senate, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin, is virtually present. There is a technicality that we will have to place on record that we do not allow a non-member of the Senate to speak in a plenary, especially when it is in the budget deliberations already. But I will leave it up to you because the Secretary was a former member of the House of Representatives. That is quite an excuse. But
the rules, Mr. President, if there's no objection.
It's not necessary as long as nobody objects. The minority leader is recognized.
May I propose, Mr. President, that either we suspend the rules to allow the Secretary to address or convert this session into a committee of the whole, just for that purpose. Then we do not violate any rule. But I concur with the observation of the as a president that you have a problem and I am proposing a solution.
We can allow it. We will allow it just to be able to. Although this has nothing to do with their budget, but if there is no objection, it's up to you. You want to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman of the Committee on Finance.
Yeah, I
Just
no
for
objection,
this,
I have no objection, Your Honor. In fact, that was also my suggestion.
All right. Any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are temporarily suspended. Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin is recognized. You may react to what Senator Tolentino has brought up.
Cannot hear.
No, mute.
You're on mute, Secretary. You're on
Yan. Please unmute the Secretary, EDP. Go ahead.
He is unmuted, but we will have to give him the link for the session. I think they have it. Can you turn on the link, Secretary Locsin? Because you're on my link right now, can you turn on the link for the Senate?
You have two gadgets on at the same time.
Senator Gordon has two gadgets.
You can turn off mine in the meantime. You can go direct to the Senate, Mr. Secretary. And you will appear in the Senate grid right now.
Sure.
I think Secretary Locsin, I was trying to find his way clear into getting connected to us.
Secretary is requesting.
He's connected virtually, but through what? Through WebEx?
Saan?
Yeah, he should be connected to WebEx.
Yes, he is. We can see him, but we
Can you
cannot hear
unmute
him.
the Secretary? Can you have the Secretary unmute, please?
That's precisely what they're trying to do. Wait.
So we're having some technical difficulties, Mr. President.
Actually, he can come back to my grid, and I can just move the microphone closer to it. I think we can hear him. Increase the volume of the one where you're connected in Zoom. I think this is Zoom, right? Mr. Secretary, can you reconnect to Zoom, and I will just increase the volume so that the rest of the Senate can hear you on this very special position that they've been afforded to you by the Senate.
Kailangan mag-link siya sana sa amin, sa atin. All right.
Hindi nga
Mr.
makakonect.
Can I ask for a minute suspension while they, because apparently they have two different platforms?
Yes, okay. The session is suspended, but do not take. Can hear you. You may proceed.
Honored Senators, I agree with both Senator Gordon and Senator Tolentino. When Senator Tolentino observes that COP has already.
Mr. Secretary, can you turn off the other computer and just concentrate on the WebEx? Is that possible?
Are you alone there by yourself? Any of your grandchildren there to help you? Can you try again? Because you're having an echo because you're connected to the other computer. Okay, go ahead. Try again.
Okay, here we go. Are we all
Yeah,
right?
sige. Try. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, so as I was saying, I am in full agreement with both the observation made by Senator Tolentino that the mutations have gone on for so long that perhaps it already requires Senate intervention. But Senator Gordon is also right that minute or detailed changes may be a waste of both of the executives and the legislators time in monitoring every change. However, I think what this does, because the power of the purse is with Congress, and I came from Congress, that the obligation is on us to keep the houses of Congress, both the House from which the budget comes and the Senate, fully informed of every minute change, because minute changes, there comes a time when they accumulate to the point where they become substantive. And this is not just a question of courtesy. This is a question of cooperation. If the executive went on its own in making changes in international agreements, soon it will not have the support of Congress, both the House and the Senate, and whatever negotiations it makes up there, without the support of Congress, it would be an exercise in futility. I also believe that for any agreement to have a real force and political effect, it requires the active participation. True, the executive has the singular the most important function in making foreign affairs. Yes, in general. But when it comes to agreements, which will require budget, which has huge budgetary implications, I think if I as Secretary of Foreign Affairs would myself volunteer to send the information to the Senate and ask their opinion. Without that cooperation between executive and legislature, these talks will amount to nothing.
Okay, then. All right. Thank you very much. I think that clarifies a lot of things.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Anything else? We're fine. We're fine. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that clarification.
Thank you, Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin.
Secretary Locsin. I promise the leadership of the chamber that I will be brief. So my last question is likewise a very innocuous question.
But you do not need the reaction of Secretary Locsin. If you don't need it anymore, need his reaction.
We might, Mr. President.
All right. Go ahead.
Have the reaction of the good secretary. Mr. President, ang tagal po natin pinag-uusapan at pag-uusapan ang Visiting Forces Agreement. Year in and year out. Bakit tayo Supreme Court, akit sa Supreme Court, magpapalit na administrasyon, ganun na naman po yung pag-uusapan, yung validity ng Visiting Forces Agreement. At alam ko po, sa budget ng Department of Foreign Affairs, merong Visiting Forces Commission on Visiting Forces Agreement. But Mr. President, the reason why I mentioned a while ago the budget for research, the budget for a diplomacy program of the department is that I think it's now time, Mr. President, that the DFA should likewise look within its confines as to the validity of certain agreements that we have entered into, and most notably when the DFA itself is the repository of those agreements. For the last 2 years, Mr. President, I have been asking the DFA to furnish us a copy of the Asia Pacific Fisheries Commission Agreement, which was signed in Baguio in 1948. and the DFA is supposed to be the secretary. I've been waiting for the last 2-3 years for the reply of the DFA to no avail. Sana po, Mr. President, mapadala po ito dahil napakahalaga po ito, agreement na ito, Asia Pacific Fisheries Commission, because it will involve not just fisheries, but even our production in terms of fisheries within the West Philippine Sea. So I hope before this Congress expires, we can have that reply from the DFA, the Asia Pacific Fisheries Commission, which an agreement created in Baguio, February 26, 1948. Just a nod in the affirmative would suffice, Mr. President. From the
Secretary Locsin.
We can hear you.
If I may I say that I would never withhold any document from the Senate. We have shared with the Senate some of the most sensitive issues, and I do not think, and I do not believe that in this area where the Senate asks for to be furnished a copy, that there are such things as secret documents. Immediate.
No. The reason why, Mr. President, I understand the reply of the Secretary. The reason why I raised that question again is because I have yet to receive any confirmation from the DFA whether this commission still exists. And Manila should have been the secretariat. The DFA main office should have been the secretariat. And I was informed during a previous budget hearing that the main reason why we are inactive in this agreement, which is composed of 20 countries, Australia, Bangladesh, Cambodia, People's Republic of China, France, India, Indonesia, Japan, Republic of Korea, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, New Zealand, to name a few, including the Philippines, is that because we failed to pay that 5,000 peso yearly dues, Mr. President. Kaya ko po sinasabi yun. So,
yes, may I ask Yusek Paradia to please
will the rules allow that, Mr. President?
Yes, these rules are suspended. So go ahead. Go ahead, Secretary Locsin, who is the one you would want to recognize.
Secretary, Senator
Go ahead.
Gordon, Your Honors,
Yes, go ahead.
is indeed a member of the Asia Fisheries Commission. Our answers to the questions of Senator Tolentino have been sent through our DLLU office, our liaison office for the DFA. We do not make direct contributions to the ASEAN, to the Asia Fisheries Commission. The contributions are given through the FAO, the mother organization. So annually, when we contribute to the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, then a part of that goes to the Asia Fisheries Commission. We have no arrears in our contribution to the FAO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's nice to hear. But another reason why I invoke the treaty again is that this might be another venue for our country to ventilate some issues concerning the West Philippine Sea. And I hope the DFA family is absorbing that suggestion. Mr. President, my last question is this. I mentioned a while ago visiting forces agreement. And this will again involve research on the part of the Department of Foreign Affairs with the permission of the good sponsor, Senator Gordon. We have before, and I have made an extensive research on this, we have before in existence a Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty. This is a mother agreement, Mr. President, signed years ago, Mr. President, signed in Manila, September 8, 1954, entered into force February 19, 1955, Mr. President. And one of the progenies of that agreement, the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty Agreement, is the SIATO or CITO. But the SIATO has been abolished, Mr. President. We have no question relative to that. But browsing the website of the various countries involved, Mr. President, it would appear that the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty Agreement is still valid insofar as Washington, D.C., for instance. It's part of their website. It's in force. Australia, it's in force, Mr. President. And other countries, Mr. President, because if we look at the modes of terminating a treaty or withdrawing from a treaty, there are procedures for this. So, insofar as New Zealand is concerned, it is in force. United States is in force. Australia, it is in force. Thailand, it is in force. United Kingdom, it is in force. The reason why I'm asking this, Mr. President, baka nakakalimutan natin na meron palang ganitong Southeast Collective Defense Treaty Agreement which we can rely on. We're just relying on the Mutual Defense Treaty Agreement. Meron pa palang isa, very basic in obligations and contract. There is a mother agreement, subsidiary agreement. You dissolve the subsidiary agreement. The mother agreement stays, Mr. President. And I repeat, even the websites, I have copies, printed copies of the websites of the countries I mentioned. They are still being enforced. So my question, Mr. President, is this. The Philippines, being the depository of this agreement, are we still recognizing this agreement, or have we forgotten to invoke this agreement because we have focused our vision on the MDT alone? But there is still another agreement which we can rely upon to give us a better defensive, collective defensive posture insofar as our present problems concerning the West Philippine Sea is concerned, Mr. President. May I ask from the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, is this agreement part of the table of menu being looked upon by the good Secretary?
Go ahead, Secretary Locsin.
Yes, after this, I will ask DFA Yusek Paradira to explain on the technical side exactly if the CITO agreement continues in force. What I do know as a newspaper man, as a politician, having lived through the period of the savage Vietnam War, that after that ended in disaster, the Southeast Asian nations then created ASEAN. Now, whether that legally terminated CITO, I don't know. But then we were already absorbing the protagonists in the Vietnam War. CITO was mobilized to help fight that war. So I don't know now, but I will certainly formally reply to you to see what is the status of CITO, why it persists with Australia, which is fine. I mean, that is really more like the Western Alliance. But you mentioned, Mr. Senator, and that's really important, that Thailand is still a part of it. And therefore, I will look into that and respond immediately. Because
Thank you.
The war in Vietnam was launched from Thai airfields as well as from Clark and Sud. So if they did not withdraw, they themselves having suffered, felt the impact of that war the most. Did we really withdraw? I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The formal position of the DFA.
Thank you, Mr. President. But to clarify again, CITO was dissolved, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, which is just a byproduct of the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty, which is called the Manila Pact. The Manila Pact, insofar as the countries I mentioned a while ago, New Zealand, United States, Australia, Thailand, and the United Kingdom, so far as they are concerned, this is still a valid treaty, and they will come into a collective defense for the Philippines. And the same is true with us. This is a multilateral treaty obligation, and my suggestion is that we should give this a second look because they consider this as still in force, Mr. President. Secretary Locsin would want to reply quickly. I will be ending.
Go ahead, Secretary Locsin.
what I do know is that what I saw before they vanished is that the CETO Council had resolved CETO. But you're right. I'm going to look into this because one of the things that has been observed, even by the protagonists today between two great powers, is that it is almost impossible to get a treaty ratified by the American Senate. And that is not willfulness. That is actually the last will and testament of the founder of the United States, George Washington. His parting message to his countrymen is avoid foreign entanglements. So every treaty that is made is in the teeth of Washington's last will and testament. And that's why it becomes increasingly harder and more dangerous to tamper with existing treaties, say with the United States, like modifications of a mutual defense treaty, as opposed to an implementing agreement like the VFA. So yes, I will look into that to see to what extent it exists and can it be involved. That deserves a real clear answer and not anecdotal accounts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I hope we can get a clearer answer in the days ahead. Because I truthfully believe that this treaty, if it is still enforced, will truly help our country. Mr. President, with the permission of the chairman.
Manifestation on my part, Mr. President.
With the permission, of course, of the chairman, the subcommittee chairman. Yeah, Senator. Go ahead, Senator Angara. And we wish to thank Senator Locsin. I'm sorry, Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin.
So,
Thank you.
just to clarify, since we are on a suspended mode, but I will let Senator Angara speak first. Go ahead, please.
All right, Senator Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, and thank you to Senator Gordon. I'd like to thank Senator Gordon for aggressively advocating for the interests of the DFA. But since this might be the last budget of Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin, I just wanted to place on record my admiration, my commendation for how he has conducted himself as our top diplomat at the Department of Foreign Affairs. I wish the next president would keep him as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, and the next president would, and he would accept if he were offered the position. Although I'm sure he wants to read more books or study some more, being the intellectual that he is. But Mr. President, I really admire the way he has carried himself, conducted himself. Number one, the Constitution states that the Philippines must pursue an independent foreign policy. And I think he has really pursued that, lived that constitutional injunction to the hilt, Mr. President. I commend him for that. And lastly, secondly, I think, what was I going to say? I forgot. The first is yes, the independent foreign policy. And the second is that I think he's really done a creditable job of representing our country here and abroad. And I commend him for that. I think he's really one of the top assets and members of the Duterte cabinet. And there are many outstanding members, and he is among the best. So I thank him and commend him for his service to our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Angara. Mr. President,
Are you sure he's among the best? He should be the best.
I don't want to ruffle any feelings, but that's
Anyway,
qualify the remarks. But he's definitely tied for the best. But he's outstanding, Mr. President, to put it
Yes.
simply.
All right, Senator Gordon, go ahead.
well, I join Senator Angara, and I'm sure many of the senators when we commend the good Secretary of Foreign Affairs for his
I
consistent.
remembered my point, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Gordon. I just remembered now what I was going to say. May I interrupt, as Chairman Gordon?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you for your indulgence at this late hour. I wanted to say that the Secretary puts many digital natives to shame because he is reachable 24/7 through his Twitter account. And there are people who ask for new passports online, and the secretary immediately farms them out to his undersecretaries and assistant secretaries. So I think their problems are acted upon immediately. I think that's the point I wanted to make. He's a secretary for the internet age and the modern age, while also embodying all the traits we admire in the great foreign secretaries of old, like Carlos P. Romulo, Salvador Lopez, among others. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's Senator Gordon now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to join Senator Angara. I think he's preparing to have a lot of his constituents get immediate passports. That's a profuse congratulatory message to Secretary Locsin, who I also consider a very good friend, and certainly my admiration extends in the same manner as the observations of the good senator from Aurora. I just have some questions, just to pursue the very diligent research made by Senator Tolentino, because this is not really part and parcel of the sponsorship. But since these issues have been propounded, I just have a couple of questions. So, CETO is still recognized by certain other countries like America, Australia, and New Zealand, and Thailand. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary? I'm sorry, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay. Can I be heard now?
Yes.
Yes. I have more details here. In the final meeting of the CETO Council in 1975, the members of the council considered the role of CETO in light of the new situation in Southeast Asia, particularly the establishment of ASEAN, which frankly followed the catastrophe of the Vietnam War. In view of the changing circumstances, the council decided to dissolve CETO. It was dissolved on 30 June 1977.
Yes, I have that information.
CETO ended when the chair of Thailand did not convene the scheduled conferences, and parties also did not contribute. These agreements have been overtaken by history. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that takes the form of rebus sic stantibus. Would that be correct, sir? It is no longer enforceable. Thank you. And for the benefit of the Senate, going back to the sponsorship, if I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Sponsorship, we're back to normal times again. I just want to commend again the Secretary, not only for that, but I'm glad that we have expanded our embassies. This has been nausyami yan ilang beses, at kailangan natin yan sapagkat talagang kailangan makahabol tayo after the pandemic, and we should try to open up relations with as many countries and presence in other countries. And by the way, on the matter of passports, the DFA, the Secretary Locsin, has been very, very successful. In fact, expanding accessibility of passport applications to the hilt. And again, my commendation to the good Secretary. If there are no more questions, Mr. President, I think we can approve.
Yes, Mr. President, but just my final one-liner here. Why I agree that the protocol CETO agreement was dissolved 1975, September 24. The Collective Defense Treaty remains in force. And this is part of the website of Australia and the United States State Department, Mr. President. So I lay that on the record, perhaps the good secretary and his successor. But I associate myself with the commendation given by my colleagues a while ago, Senators Angara and Gordon. Indeed, Secretary Locsin is one of the best DFA secretaries we ever had. And I cannot recall the other secretaries because I was not yet born. The secretaries mentioned by Senator Gordon, Mr. President.
Anyway,
Mr. President, there being no other member.
wait, I will entertain a motion to remove the suspension of the rules. Terminate.
So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the rules are in effect.
Mr. President, it was Senator Angara who mentioned all the other secretaries. as far as I'm concerned, each secretary becomes outstanding because of the challenge of the times. And all secretaries are outstanding during their time, and it's particularly more challenging times, such as what has happened to our country in the last several years. The I think he's the best secretary we can have under these very, very challenging times in our history. So outstanding is outstanding in any language, Mr. President. In fact, as pointed out, Mr. President, the consular services under him has provided in 2020 1,732,459 passports, and as of today, July, they have provided 1,281,830. I'm one of those who really encourage Filipinos to have passports para that is a very, very strong sense of Filipino identification, and of course revenue for the DFA as well, something that we all need. And certainly not only that, the department has been very quick in acting on overseas Filipino workers concerns, providing lawyers for some of them. And this and the other thing that I'm really very happy about is that they've continued the extension of language training for Arabic and Chinese, so that we could have more ambassadors who can read the newspapers, read internet in Chinese for that matter, or Arabic, and that will only make for a more active and more relevant Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. President. My final note on that is that my final take on the secretary is that there have been many instances when he has been called upon to stand up in behalf of our people, and he's independently spoken for the country, and he's respected by America and by all other folks. He has made aggressive stances against the Chinese intrusion into the West Philippine Sea, not necessarily adversarial, but certainly has made our positions well known to them, so that we just don't kill over and die. On that note, Mr. President, I think we're ready to pass on the budget of the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, if I may be so bold as to do so.
Yes, all right. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Majority Leader,
Mr. President, there being no other member who has manifested the intention to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies and offices be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
any objection? Chair hears none. The budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies are deemed submitted.
Mr. President, last night we closed the interpellation and submitted the budget of the Congress of the Philippines. For the record, the Congress of the Philippines is composed of the following: the Senate Electoral Tribunal, the Commission on Appointments, the House of Representatives, the House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal. Therefore, just to clarify, Mr. President, and place on record that we have closed the interpellations and submitted the budget of these bodies, Mr. President. I submit, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note of that. We place it on record.
Mr. President, due to the lateness of the hour, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 10153, or the General Appropriations Act of 2022, Mr. President. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is suspended.
Before you suspend, I just would like to commend the staff and personnel of the DFA, not only who are present in this system, in this virtual meeting, but also all over the world. And many of them are people. And I've seen Secretary Locsin act with firmness in case there would be disciplinary challenges. Again, this is a tribute to the institution that we have of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Certainly the best department in active duty right now for our country. Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to all the Department of Foreign Service personnel and and all the others. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President, I reiterate my motion that we suspend consideration of
Yeah. We have already. I have already banged the gavel on suspension of the budget. No, but I have yet to entertain a motion to suspend until
until Monday, November 3,
November 15,
November 15, 2022,
2021.
2021
At 10 o'clock a.m.
at 10 a.m., Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, the session is suspended until 10 o'clock in the morning of November 15, 2021.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.